They're sexy, provocative, dare we say, titillating?
Hi, welcome to Twin Peaks!
Welcome to the world of bosom bars, where the dining experience is stripped back to the bare essentials.
We're America's only restaurant.
You got some good friends, good drinks, good food. It's all good.
Don't dare call them sleazy.
There has to be a little bubble, as we say, and like a little distance.
They are perfectly formed, socially acceptable business models,
We're opening a new restaurant approximately every 2 weeks.
growing 30% faster than regular restaurant chains.
It's hanging out with your buddies and looking at beautiful women. The American way.
Sure, skimpy outfits help, but there are secrets to succeeding in the themed restaurant end of town.
We work hard at it.
It's all about names, it's about unique, it's about identity.
There's 1,000 things that can go wrong.
Sit back with a cold one while we dig deep to discover why the bosom bar business is booming.
Here we are, opening day, playing restaurant.
Texas-based sports bar chain Twin Peaks is about to open its Fort Worth restaurant, number 43 in the chain.
Twin Peaks? There it is.
Going through final preparations are 25 lumberjack-styled waitresses.
You guys know me, I'm Candace. I'm Ariana.
Hi, ladies. In case you forgot, I'm Gabby. Again.
In the back, there are a dozen kitchen staff, over a ton of food, and 150 kegs of beer. And in just 2 hours, the first customers will be coming through the door.
Hi, welcome to Twin Peaks!
There's a battle ablazing in the casual dining sector, and bosom bars are taking down the opposition with a strategic attack plan. One chain have even coined their own unique classification: Breastaurants.
I had heard the word Breastaurant used a few times, and the word Breastaurant just described us to the T. So we kind of put our arms around the word.
Breastaurants or bosom bars? What makes these diners different?
They have themed designs for their server uniforms, and they have an emphasis on hiring practices for younger, attractive females.
Darren Tristano of America's leading restaurant analyst firm Technomic spends his days studying profit and loss statements and researching consumer behavior. And he likes what he's seeing.
Over the next few years, we would expect it to grow from around $2 billion to closer to $3 billion.
He says many traditional restaurants are shutting up shop, while themed bars are proving successful by sticking to the age-old adage that the customer knows best.
This is what most of the patrons want: comfort, relaxation, and good quality service and food.
In uniform, so neat.
According to Darren, bosom bars grew out of the Texas drive-in chains of the 30s. And then along came Hooters.
Every time you make
In 1983, Hooters opened out in Clearwater, Florida, and has grown over the past 30 years to be a very large and dominant leader in the restaurant segment.
that we're always at your service.
25, 30 years ago, I would go to Hooters.
Twin Peaks CEO Randy DeWitt knew Hooters was onto something, but felt he could offer a new twist.
I zeroed in on things that I would want to experience if I went to a sports bar. I wanted great made-from-scratch food. I wanted beer so cold you would get ice in it. And I wanted a great audio-visual package. And, of course, who doesn't appreciate a really pretty waitress?
It would seem thousands of American men agree, because Twin Peaks and its fellow bosom bars are hitting a very profitable purple patch. Turns out, there's a science to bosom bar success. And not surprisingly, the main ingredient to keeping customers focused is our first secret: the girls.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right here.
The right attitude is key. So, back to opening day in Fort Worth, where a flying squad of experienced waitresses inject sports bar savvy into the new recruits.
So we're gonna wanna pull from here. This is our man mug. See how cold it is? Feel it.
Oh, yeah, it's really cold.
Yeah, so it's super cold.
We're looking for the girl next door.
Just approach the table always with a smile.
We use an acronym to tell them the way we want them to behave while they're at work. It spells PEAKS. P is for playful.
So let's pour a naughty brunette, you know, since I'm a really cute brunette. Okay, so you're gonna wanna hold it.
E is for energetic.
We always want to greet them with a huge smile and a huge welcome.
A is for attentive.
Set down your coasters. Awesome. And then this is when you can take a seat.
Oh.
K is for knowledgeable. They have to know about the beers.
Look at all those beer crystals.
They have to know about the food they're selling. And we want them to know the customers too. So we teach them to ask the customers' names, get to know your regulars.
And start a conversation with your table, ask them how they're doing.
And then S, that stands for sexy.
Okay, so right now there's a guest walking in. Ready? Hi, welcome to Twin Peaks.
Sexy girls. Surely that's a no-brainer in an industry dubbed bosom bars. But these girls have a trick they use to make their customers feel extra special.
One section is 6 tables. What does that mean? Two girls wait on 6 tables.
It's not flaunting. This is professional flirting. They only work a handful of tables at once.
Do you guys need another beer, water?
So for a short time at least, they're your new best friend. The chain simply known as Bikinis wants an even closer relationship between staff and patrons.
We need to be selling everything that we can at the tables. Eye-level service, name exchange, looking people in the eye.
And I am Reagan.
Every waitress is instructed to sign her name on the beverage napkins.
What do you do to Reagan's Bev Nap? What do you do to Reagan's Bev Nap? The more y'all are around, the more y'all are around each other's tables, it's gonna create a thing where we're making a connection and everybody in the room is making a connection with these people.
My team works a lot on finding the right image, the right personality. We kind of look for the girl next door, even though they've never really lived next door to me.
Very wrong person. Do you know how to pronounce her name?
Yet the girls and what they wear, or perhaps what they don't wear, do attract criticism. But according to restaurant consultant Linda Duke, bosom bars are servicing a legitimate niche.
You know, you have to find your niche. It is about who can serve them the best in a beautiful way and create an environment that is very appealing to men in the United States.
One of the outlets leading the way is Tilted Kilt, where hiring the best possible staff is considered vital.
The hardest one is just finding the right girls for the show.
Welcome to the Tilted Kilt.
You know, we have the stage set up with the TVs, with the cold beer, with the great food. Just kind of finding that right talent that fits our image. How's Ashley doing for you guys? Good? Awesome.
Store General Manager Erin Columbi prefers her staff smart and perky.
We gotta have somebody who's intelligent, portrays class in all aspects of our business at all times, somebody that has a sense of humor.
Do you want it in a bottle?
That kind of has that wow factor that makes us a little bit different.
I've heard we exploit women. I would beg to differ. I think maybe it's, if anything, it's the other way. And I'd say they don't really know our concept. They're missing a lot.
Ron Lynch at Tilted Kilt says don't judge a book by its lack of cover. Come in, have a beer, and get to know the staff. Like Shelley Rivera.
There was one time where I had a guest try to get a little grabby, but we make sure, I told them that's not allowed on here, and we had security handle with them.
Look but don't touch is always the rule, no exceptions.
The girls make sure that they can't touch anything over here, and we're not here for that. We're here for business. We're here to entertain them, make sure that they have a good time, but also make sure that they know they're not in a strip club or anything like that. It's more of a waitressing hey, here's your food and drinks and have a good time, other than you're here to touch us.
Keeping it safe and sexy as opposed to sleazy also attracts female staff who want a friendly, flexible workplace paying big tips.
The girls that work there, you know, we're all super intelligent. Almost all of us are in school or getting our masters or getting our bachelors.
You want to grab that side for me?
Married Ashley Ray has an automotive degree, and she's studying law. But her job at Tilted Kilt is what pays the bills.
I don't feel exposed in any way. And, you know, it's not for everybody, and that's all right. But the girls that are there, you can tell they're outgoing, they're happy, and they're confident.
Do you guys have anything special planned for today?
19-year-old Michaela Francis is a dedicated Twin Peaks girl. She relies on her job to help her care for her grandparents who raised her.
Basically, my mom decided that she couldn't take care of my brother and I. So my grandparents came and got me. My grandpa has kidney failure, and they both have diabetes.
How are you guys doing today?
As a Twin Peaks girl, she earns better money than she would in other retail jobs, meaning she can repay her grandparents' kindness.
Hey guys, how are you? You guys have me as your party today.
There are many secrets to running a successful bosom bar.
She's doing a wonderful job for us, but she has not given us any free drinks yet, and this is a bachelor party weekend.
If hiring the right waitress was rule number 1, rule number 2 is all about creating the best customer experience. And for that, you need a theme.
A lot of restaurant concepts focus on their lighting or decor or their music to be what makes their theme. And what makes these types of places the theme are the women. How they wiggle at your table.
1, 2, 3,
We're so proud of our team and what we've built, and we believe that it has a lot of legs, pun intended.
Doug Guller lives and breathes bikinis. He had a Breastaurant epiphany while sitting on an Aussie beach, and he's never looked back.
This beautiful waitress came up, and there was a rugby match on TV, and she handed me a cold beer, and I'm like, man, this is phenomenal. I've got to bring something like this back to the States.
Bikinis is a place where every day is like a spring break holiday. Leave your cares and any notions of political correctness at the door.
If someone serving you a burger in a bikini top, jeans, shorts, and cowboy boots is going to get you upset, there's probably bigger issues there.
Sit wherever you like and I'll follow you.
The beachy theme fulfills a male fantasy.
If you're ready to see some girls in bikinis, make some noise!
Where patrons become pageant judges.
Brittany from the block.
And bar taking boomed by 50%.
It kind of embodies a culture where you say, be yourself, be independent, be sexy, be whatever you want to be.
Everything Doug does promotes the bikinis lifestyle.
We've come up with some really cool PR events to get the word out there.
So why not buy an island? Say, a remote paradise.
There's a country where you have the local bikinians, and that's how the name Bikini came to be. So I called the gentleman who runs the country out there in the Marshall Islands, and it turns out the country is not for sale.
But Doug still wanted to see the bikini's name on a map.
Yeah, how's the day?
So he searched closer to home and found out the ghost town of Bankersmith, Texas was going cheap.
We saw the ad on Craigslist. We contacted him, and lo and behold, we bought the town and renamed it Bikinis, Texas.
Doug plans to turn the entire town into an outdoor music venue. But for his next stunt, he's taking customer loyalty to whole new levels. Love bikinis? Why not get it tattooed forever onto your body?
We floated it out there to our most loyal fans, and the response was overwhelming in terms of getting a tattoo.
This my very first tattoo. A little nervous about it.
That's right. Doug's most loyal customers can have the letter B indelibly inked. Clearly, he's very confident bikinis will survive more than just a couple of years.
New restaurants have a very, very high failure rate. The culture within our industry is a short time span.
The staff are backing Doug, as if turning up to work with little more than a bikini and a smile wasn't enough. Some are also getting bikinis branded. That's quite a loyalty program.
Just pretty much figured, why not? I'm not afraid of getting ink, and I love the company. I worked for them for a while, since February. It's just a bikini top.
Twin Peaks came about from a desire to innovate. Owner Randy DeWitt and wife Michelle ran a small chain of restaurants and were looking for their next big idea.
The big idea was, do something in the sports bar segment.
I was sort of tired of all the beachy-themed sports bars, so I just thought, it would be really cool if we did something kind of mountainous and rugged and outdoorsy. And so, Twin Peaks just sort of seemed a little double entendre, but it seemed like a good name, and we checked it out, and most importantly, it was easy to trademark. So.
Creating the right theme in a crowded market is vital, because that's what builds reputation and brings patrons back.
I'm pretty much the idea guy. I like to tell people the direction we want to go in, what I want it to look and feel like, what I want it to sound like, what I want it to taste like, and then I get the experts involved and get out of their way.
It's those great outdoors ideas that create identity. So a bar with a 40-foot climbing wall makes perfect sense.
Every guy wishes he had a mountain lodge retreat that he could go to, and there'd be a beautiful girl there to bring him beer and made-from-scratch food, and he could watch football all day.
It's the same sport-watching sentiment over at Tilted Kilt. But unlike bikinis and Twin Peaks, they've taken a different perspective altogether. This is Scotland meets America, where tradition is important.
We characterize ourselves as a sports pub. So our sports pubs kind of harken back to the old world where it was a public house, and you were going to go into somebody's home, and actually the wife would serve you or the daughter would serve you. The husband would pour the drinks, and he would make the food in the back. And so we kind of harken back to that.
Ron Lynch took over an existing single Tilted Kilt restaurant in Las Vegas, liked what he saw, and began building an empire.
Now, the typical customer for the Tilted Kilt is 37 years old. 70% of our customers are male, 30% are female. Sports bars or sports pubs still are primarily the domain of the guys, to watch the sports. It was kind of what I was looking for. I wasn't looking for another boring restaurant. This world has enough boring restaurants.
Then there's the new kid on the block, Bombshells. David Simmons saw an opportunity in the bosom bars market for some military muscle.
This generation of restaurants is coming out now. It's all about names, it's about unique, it's about identity. The girls that we have in here are part of our atmosphere.
With just one restaurant and a theme locked in, Bombshells is ready to blast off.
We can go so many ways with Bombshells. We can go to the pinup girls from the 40s to the military aspect, and it's pretty creative.
Most bosom bar owners agree there are only two reasons why their bars bring patrons back. And it's probably not what you're thinking. The answer? Giving them the broadest choice of beer and the simplest food at the cheapest possible price. Bosom Bar secret number 3, the beer. Study this picture of a typical Twin Peaks greeting. Don't be distracted by the plaid-clad cuties. You want to focus on that number behind the counter. That, believe it or not, is the temperature of the beer.
That is our secret weapon here. It's not a secret, we advertise it. It is our competitive advantage here at Twin Peaks. We serve beer coming out of the tap at 29 degrees. We pour it into a frozen mug every time. It's so refreshing, and we have to deliver it every time. Sounds easy, it's really difficult.
If you want warm ale, go to England. But here in America, beer is a drink served cold, frosty cold. There's an estimated 20,000 beers in the world, and most bars will offer 60 or more. Bikinis keep their beer in a cooler just like you're at the beach. Staying on their summertime all the time brand requires that much attention to detail.
We believe it's sort of Darwin's theory. You know, it's going to be the survival of the fittest out there.
It may seem obvious, but you can never take your customer for granted. As restaurant consultant Linda Duke constantly reminds her clients.
You can't make mistakes in the restaurant business. It's every customer, every day, every meal. So it's not just about the bikinis.
There's an old saying in the bosom bar business. Come for the breasts, stay for the wings. The fourth secret to making it big in this market is get the food right. Cold beer and comfort food are a match made in heaven.
Thank you, baby.
Welcome. Delivered by angels.
Hi, guys. Welcome to Bikinis.
In swimsuits. In a sports bar, when the game's on, you don't want to fuss with cutlery. So Bikinis make sure their signature dishes are finger-friendly. And we're reliably informed the burgers are a crowd favorite. Bombshells and Twin Peaks stick to much the same safe food formula.
Our menu is mom's cooking. But, you know, it's not the mom from yesteryear, it's the mom of today.
Standing by at the tartan end of town, Tilted Kilt believe they have a dining secret that sets them apart. Carefully selected menu specials.
We probably have the best food in the sports bar segment. We work hard at it because our belief is that we know what attracts people into our concept the first time. But to keep that repeat customers, our food has to be dead on.
So, Curly, what do you have for us today?
This is Tilted Kilt's engine room. Ideas are hatched, plans are made, and the serious side of satisfying thousands of hungry bar patrons every day is given to head chef Curly.
We do these tastings every 3 or 4 months.
In a market where a meal and a beer will set you back less than 20 bucks, Chef Curly's challenge is to keep reinventing good food.
Our food has to be dead on. Curly brings those items to us.
There's definitely heat in this kitchen, but not as much heat as here. The menu committee, about to test Curly's new creations.
Our menu committee is continually having to reach out to further and further.
Decisions here are critical, balancing taste, portion size, and cost of their food. Tilted Kilt's very reputation is at stake. First, Cajun chicken salad. But is 10 bucks too expensive?
And you've got it priced at $10?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that this would be something we'd sell for $9.50? 10's not a lot for this much food, but 10, get over the $10 starts to scare people a little bit.
That's an additional challenge. They have not just, is it good, you know, is it priced right?
Thumbs up for the chicken, now priced at a thrifty $9.50. Next, curly shrimp.
Smells a little spicy.
I mean, I like it this way, but I don't think... Excuse me, I gotta have a...
Yeah, there we go.
Your nose is turning red.
It literally goes right to the back of your throat.
It's back to the kitchen for Chef Curly. Live sports, cold beer, hot girls. The testosterone-fueled end of the food chain doesn't want for much to satisfy customers, even when there's no testosterone.
Got the tatas showing, and the plaid, it's awesome.
But get a tiny part wrong, and sexy can turn shabby. Secret number 5 in Bosom Bar's success. The uniform.
You can have the best furniture and the best TVs and the best food, and that's expensive. But our greatest asset is really the girls that we have working in here.
This is Bombshells, a military-themed sports bar. CEO David Simmons has a Bosom Bar predicament.
I think the uniforms that we had initially were conservative. They were very basic. They did have the military feel. We had a bullet belt on, we had camouflage shorts on, and we had our logo on there. But they just didn't really complement the girls the way that we wanted to.
A Bosom Bar's uniform needs to be like a cheerleading outfit. Revealing, but socially acceptable. So David called in the grand mistress of the uniform makeover, Tara Saunders.
Well, we originally started doing Breastaurant uniforms, and we actually got a trademark on the term Breastaurant uniforms.
1, 2, 3. Great.
Tara knows her tops from her bottoms. This former Dallas Cowboys cheerleader perfected her skills designing cheerleader outfits.
One day, I had a phone call from a person who said, hey, I'm opening a restaurant. Would you like to make me some uniforms that look like cheerleading uniforms? And it was like, ding. So, David, tell me what you're thinking.
Well, obviously we want sexy, number 1.
David's brief is, well, briefs.
Well, you know, David, looking at your staff, it is very, very clear that they can pull off something a little sexier than this. But definitely, we can find a way to still keep it classy, fun, and playful. Bombshells is an amazing concept. It is very, very throwback, Army, all-Americana. The look is sexy, military, hot.
Sexy, military, hot, but not offensive. Can Tara pull it off? David sure hopes so.
It's important to create the uniform to keep Bombshells in here and the concept of that, but I want their personality, whether it be their tattoos, their hair, maybe a piercing or two. I want them to shine through.
While Tara sweats on the Bombshell shine, she may reflect on what's working for other brands. Tilted Kilt avoided a dress dilemma. Their cue came from a Scottish tartan.
It must be incredibly challenging to serve food and beer with next to nothing on, and you have to be very confident. I don't think I could do it myself.
It's all about being sassy, not crassy, because you never know who's the next customer. Like a mom who's dropped in with her boys to watch their favorite team.
I don't even notice it really myself. I'm kind of like, oh, whatever. I talk to my kids and stuff. But I know that my boys notice it.
At Bikinis, owner Doug Guller wanted his uniform to reflect that beachy, laid-back look.
I think society wants you to operate a certain way. Take, for example, you have a runway model. What she's really doing is selling those clothes as she walks down the catwalk. We kind of are doing the same thing. We're just selling chicken wings.
Meanwhile, at Twin Peaks, the scenic views double entendre makes the perfect peekaboo pairing.
It's playful, it's tongue-in-cheek, we're not serious, and there's no misbehavior. That's just not tolerated at Twin Peaks.
So back to Tara Saunders at Waitressville. Can she create a uniform that's all class with a hint of sass?
I want every detail of this outfit, from side to side to front to back, to say sexy and say military. Let's do it!
The uniforms begin to take shape. It's surprising how much can go into so little.
I think Breastaurant's got a bad rap in the past. All you should know is that you can go to this restaurant with your wife, with your kids, with your boys, with your friends, with your business partners, and have a great time and feel like you're seeing something that's attractive and still appropriate.
Time for Bombshells' David Simmons to see if his saucy brief has become a sexy reality.
Okay, here we go.
Wow. She's taking the ideas that we've thrown out there and melding them together into an incredible outfit. When customers walk in now and see it, there's a, without question, a wow factor.
Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Remember, these designs are not just for the customers, they're for the staff. Let's see what they think.
Oh, I'm loving them. I love the cufflink. I'm loving the material. It's actually quite durable and you can move in them.
So far, so good.
Well, I love them. I love how form-fitting they are, but my favorite part is this right here, because you can do that and, you know, it looks nice on everybody and it helps everybody out a little bit right there, so.
That's 2 for 2.
I really like our new uniforms. I think they're very complimenting to our bodies. And it's also going to help us make more money. I feel very confident. I feel sexy. I want to come to work and I want to show everyone what I look like, how great I feel, and I feel like it's just going to help my tips overall. I look great.
Meanwhile, with their new uniforms hitting the target, Bombshells has begun looking for ways to attract new customers. Luckily, they've got one of Dallas's busiest freeways right outside their door.
If you look at the simple concentration out the window of the cars driving by, there's plenty of business.
In an effort to drag that business off the freeway and into his restaurant, David's begun a Wednesday afternoon tradition out front of his store.
We have a big balls tournament, which is basically beer pong on steroids. They've got giant trash cans and giant balls that they have to throw to get into the trash cans. The most 10 wins.
But this Wednesday, there's some competition on the way.
There is no way that we're gonna lose against Bombshells, right?
Yeah. All right.
Never one to let a PR opportunity slip by, Doug Guller's bringing a van load of girls from his Bikinis Dallas store.
I brought the top 4 girls from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the hottest, the best, the smartest, and they will no doubt kick some Bombshell ass today. Yeah, did you hear that? Give me some of that. What's up?
We don't want our girls just to come to work and have to wait on tables and take care of customers. We want them to also enjoy a certain level of lifestyle when they work for us. And part of that's the playfulness and the fun.
Today's tournament may be playful, fun, and of benefit to both brands, but to Doug Guller, it's still a competition.
They've been really good to communicate with and set this up, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be victorious on this.
It's not about win or lose, it's just about having fun, and maybe we'll win.
A chorus of honks from the freeway heralds a contest like no other.
We have it set up outside where Bikinis is there and Bombshells is there, and they'll go back and forth and compete.
The battle for sports bar supremacy has come down to this.
Sure, we shop our competitors. We make sure that we know what they're offering, and then we internalize that and make sure that we're putting out the best offering that we have.
As for the game itself, in 10 minutes of play, no one scores a point. But passing cars are honking and exiting the freeway. It's putting butts on Bombshells seats. And then, the moment everyone's been waiting for, Bombshells scores a point. Then another. Team Bikinis is defeated. If all you had to do is strip down to your Daisy Dukes to make a buck in the bosom bar business, then everyone would be flashing some flesh. But the one big secret that makes them successful for countless customers is sport.
You know, they're here to watch their team, they're here to watch us, and, you know, if it's a little competitive, it's all good, it's fun and games here.
The uninformed and casual observer can be forgiven for thinking the patrons come here with only one thing in mind.
You'll be here all night with me?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good. Get to know each other then.
All righty.
Yeah?
Thank you very much.
No problem.
But nothing could be further from the truth.
Thank you.
The main factor in this business, big TVs. According to restaurant industry expert Darren Tristano, it's no coincidence bosom bar boom time arrived when TVs became cheap.
Well, I think with the sports bar boom, it really has a lot to do with technology, believe it or not.
It's pretty common now to see TVs in a restaurant. 20 years ago, it wasn't so common. There were a few around.
David Simmons has big plans for his bosom bar chain Bombshells. A plan based on watching TV. Lots of them, all at once.
Years ago, it wasn't so important. You know, you had 20 TVs or 10 TVs, and you had 3 games on or 4 games, and it's pretty easy to pick them out. But now you have 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 TVs.
Dave's picked up on the bosom bar patron-to-screen ratio. Every seat must be able to see at least one game on TV, preferably more. Over at Bikinis, it's pre-game day briefing. Football slang is drilled in.
First off, being at 3 o'clock, being A&M versus Alabama, and I've had a lot of people calling over the last couple of days, reserving tables, wanting spots to come in and watch that game. Bama and Aggie fans, everybody wants to watch Johnny Manziel today.
If you don't know what he's talking about, you're in the wrong bar. Unless you fake it.
You know, they talk to me about it and I talk to them about it, but I'm also like, I'm a girl, you know, I don't know everything. So I know the point system, you know, I know whenever they're losing or winning.
And to continue the sports theme, the whole day is structured like a football game.
We have managers, but we call them coaches. Even a typical day, we have lunch and dinner, we call them games. Our defense is the kitchen. Our offense are the servers and everyone else in the front. And we have a huddle before every game. That huddle means something right then and there.
Bikinis on 3. 1, 2, 3. Bikinis!
While the sports-based staff roster isn't employed at rival bars, TV still rules. At Tilted Kilt, it's the biggest day of the football season.
Booze and boobs. Double B, can't go wrong.
I love football myself, and no better place when they show all the football games on every other TV. You got some pretty girls to look at, fun guys to hang out with, good friends, good drinks, good food. It's all good.
So there are some that come just for the game.
We like a certain football team. They're not on regular TV, and when we come here, they have all the TVs going, and we know we can watch what we want to watch.
Careful, Mom. Your boys aren't just watching TV.
I think the waitresses are incredibly good looking, or as in teenager terms, hot.
It's always hot in bosom bar world, one of the fastest growing markets in the restaurant industry.
Like, it's a good spot to, like, come and meet guys and hang out and have a good time.
They're the bottom end of the restaurant game that's going all the way to the top. Some like to be called breastaurants.
Let's try to see if we can wrap our arms around it and be the only restaurant in this space.
Others prefer the more genteel term, sports bars.
It's the blue-collar businessmen.
have a cold beer and watch TV, watch sports. We've got all of that for them.
Bosom bars, man caves, and occasionally even family restaurants.
A lot of people think because of the outfit, we're not a family environment, but there's a lot of people that come here, they bring their kids. You know, they come here to family dinners, they have reunions.
I just had the fried chicken. It's the best I've ever tasted.
She was raving about it. I had a barbecue cheeseburger, and it was really good.
Cheap food, cold beer, attentive staff, skimpy outfits. These are all part of attracting the usually male customer. But if you think that's all you need for Bosom Bar success, you're not even close. Your bottom line won't bounce if you don't have a firm grip on the final secret. Location.
The right location is very important, especially with these type of restaurants, you know, near a stadium, near some other sporting activity, athletics, and so forth, keeping it focused on their niche with the male-dominated consumer.
The Bosom Bar boom began in Texas and grew up all over the Midwest. And now, they're taking over.
We're running at a pretty fast clip here. We have 43 restaurants open as of today. We're opening a new restaurant approximately every 2 weeks.
Randy DeWitt at Twin Peaks loves talking expansion. But inside competitor Tilted Kilt's planning room, war has been declared.
Looks like we're going to be in a race between Wayne, New Jersey and Chino Hills, California on the next open.
Every pin strategically plots a restaurant site near a sports stadium with strong, loyal fans, ready to cheer on their team in a Celtic-themed bar.
Well, we have 88 pubs open right now. We hope to hit 100 plus this year.
Las Vegas, a place where fortunes are made and lost. And the setting for a looming battle between tartan and flannel. In the red corner is Twin Peaks, with a gigantic store on the Strip spanning over 1/3 of an acre.
This store is its own separate type of animal. It's got 3 stories. We could get a party of 20, we could get a party of 200. There's something going on all the time.
It has 100 TVs, 150 staff, and cost $8 million to build. There's even a 40-foot climbing wall.
This is our largest restaurant. It sees more customer per week than any other Twin Peaks.
But guess who's moving in just a few blocks away?
20 million people walking by this site. You can't beat that anywhere on the planet, I don't think.
Our pub will be 9,000 square feet,
Nice.
2 levels.
Nice.
It's going to be great.
Right.
Ron Lynch's chain Tilted Kilt was founded here in Las Vegas in 2003. And he's looking forward to reclaiming his home turf.
Our competitors have a very large store in this area, but we're on the center of the Strip, right on the Link project, right in this block where we're at. There's more hotel rooms than all of San Diego County. We have a better location.
But Twin Peaks owner Randy DeWitt says Tilted Kilt will have their work cut out for them.
The Tilted Kilt is building their new restaurant up the road here a little bit, and that's good competition for us. I think it's a brave move by them to enter this market, and they're going to be surprised at how difficult it is to execute here on the Strip.
And, not to be outdone, at Bombshells restaurant, it's boom time.
I really expect us to open at least one every 60 days going forward, and we'll probably pick that pace up by the time we get to 2015.
All right, y'all want to follow me?
And then there's bikinis, the skimpiest of them all. And business has never been better.
The first one opened up in '06, and then we just opened up our 14th in Dallas.
Bosom bars are taking over, fearlessly treading where other restaurants are failing. And that spirit isn't going to stop.
Hi.
Bosom bar expert Darren Tristano thinks this sexy formula will be the next American cultural gift to the world.
The American market has proven the fact that this is an opportunity and a place that customers want to go. There's a global opportunity for it.
But is the world ready for this battalion of beauty, sports, and beer? Ron Lynch is betting on it.
It takes a lot of resources to go international. And so we finally decided that we're positioned to do that. And we're getting a lot of interest abroad. In 2014, that's going to be one of our initiatives to find some key partners internationally to work with.
World domination awaits. But for now, this rapid rollout is keeping owners busy. Randy DeWitt spends his days ensuring the Bosom Bar secrets to success are hitting the mark. He knows the location is right. The promotion is perfect.
It's a surprise visit like all of my visits to my restaurants are.
He inspects the girls. Check, check, check.
All right, Brian.
He samples the food.
And how about sour cream? I've got to make sure that's in the safety zone there. All right, very good.
Check. And finally, he enters Twin Peaks' most sacred area.
Brian, let's get in here and check out the walk-in cooler.
All right.
All's cool and calibrated in the beer fridge. So, after Randy's surprise audit, the word for the day is awesome.
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 Absolutely awesome.
Awesome.
They're awesome. Awesome.
The pot roast, it's really awesome and delicious.
Let's open up these doors.
Let's open this baby.
Let's go.
And another Bosom Bar is open for business. Those titillating drive-ins that morphed into Hooters are now spawning a whole new food fight.
Our Breastaurant's a passing fad. It's part of our culture.
That's right, this is culture. As refined as a Rembrandt. With a tried and true flavor that's purely American.
Whether it's tame or not tame, it's been in our American history, from the pinup girls to Miss America and the swimsuit competition. You know, back in the day, there were flappers and strippers, and now we've got Breastaurants.
They are a people frozen in time.
Very holy, humble, not proud, close to the land and close to God.
But hiding in their midst, a dark secret.
Who would imagine those people would be involved in drug trafficking? Who?
Disguised by tradition.
It was a complete surprise to us.
Protected by fear.
For $200, they can hire somebody to go to kill you.
An underworld crime syndicate worth millions.
Nobody's ever going to suspect that this farmhouse would be receiving 1,200 pounds of marijuana at this home.
Exploiting the most vulnerable.
It's one thing to be a crook, but it's another thing to enlist your children to become crooks too.
Terrifying those who investigate it.
Right there, I think I'm just gonna die. This is where he's gonna pull out a gun and blow me away.
Executing those who snitch on it.
We told him not to go to Mexico. That's not a smart thing to do.
He was electrocuted, castrated, ultimately murdered.
It's the world's most unlikely crime gang, born from a conservative religious sect and shipping drugs to a street corner near you.
This is sophisticated, it's complex, it involves tons of drugs, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Its name, the Mennonite Mob. Thanksgiving Day 1989. In northern Mexico, a simple farmer is on his way to the American border and into the history books.
Cornelius Bandman was a cattle farmer. He was married, he had children, he was church-going.
The church Bandman belongs to is one that most consider a pillar of virtue, an ultra-conservative Christian sect who, like the Amish, hold fast to traditional dress, customs, and values.
He was a devout Old Colony Mennonite.
People have the concept of Mennonites as being very holy, humble, not proud, close to the land, and close to God, very religious folks.
But this Mennonite has a secret.
You could not believe this. It went against everything you imagined the Mennonite community to be.
Bandman's secret, 255 pounds of marijuana. Crime is the last thing most would associate with the Mennonite faith. Mennonites have been part of the North American landscape since the 17th century.
It's ultimately God who allows us to have all these good things.
Some, like this congregation in Seminole, Texas, are progressive in outlook, wearing modern clothes and speaking English. But others hold fast to an age-old farming lifestyle, rejecting some forms of technology, wearing traditional clothes, educating their children only to elementary school level, and speaking only Low German. They're known as Old Colony Mennonites.
Well, the Old Colony mentality is simple way of life. They really try to maintain their order or their way of life, their traditionalism. They really do try.
Born out of the 16th century Anabaptist movement in Europe, which also spawned the Amish, the Mennonite religion is named after Menno Simons, an Anabaptist priest from present-day Holland. A core belief of the Mennonite faith is that only adults can be baptized. They also revere family, hard work, and they're committed pacifists.
Some of the core issues that are very important and dear to an Old Colony Mennonite setting would be peace. Apart from that, retaining the Low German language is important. Retaining the traditional way of life is important. Low education in the Old Colony setting is important. And then, of course, the whole God-fearing religious component, church life, is important for anyone that is under the umbrella of Mennonite.
Mennonites are God-fearing, pacifist, and most people assume too morally pure to be tempted by crime. Until that incredible day in 1989, when Cornelius Bandman becomes the first Old Colony Mennonite convicted of drug smuggling in America. Even more amazing, Bandman's just the tip of a very big iceberg.
It's inconceivable, it's unimaginable that a community that has a fidelity to God and the land and hard work would turn to drug trafficking.
Police believe the drugs Bandman was carrying originated in Cuauhtemoc, Mexico. An Old Colony Mennonite community, now numbering 50,000, was established here in the 1920s by Mennonites from Canada.
They tried consciously and to separate themselves from the poisonous influences of the outside world.
Here in Mexico, the faith's true believers face hardship, much of it imposed by their religion.
There was a feeling in this community that the harder you worked, the more likely it was that you were going to get into heaven. So the elders in the community prohibited rubber tires on tractors because this would have made it very difficult to work the land, and therefore you were more likely to get into heaven that way.
One man whose place in heaven seems assured is hard-working Mennonite father Abraham Harms.
Abe was a church-going family man, devout Old Colony Mennonite. Abe kept, to some extent, simple, austere lifestyle that is the staple of many Old Colony Mennonites.
In the 1970s, Abe, like many of his kinfolk, earns a living from making cheese.
They develop a cheese that's extremely well known all throughout Mexico. Queso Mennonite is pretty well sold throughout the country.
Then in 1989, Abraham Harms packs a vehicle with fresh-made cheese and transports it across the U.S. border and into Canada, where he was born.
Like many Old Colony Mexican Mennonites, he enjoys dual Mexican-Canadian citizenship.
In a barn in southern Ontario, his customer waits. But it's not Mennonite cheese he's buying. It's Mexican dope.
What Abe did was he hollowed out the cheese wheel and placed marijuana inside the cheese wheel.
In this moment, Abraham Harms crosses the line from devout man of God to drug smuggler. And in the coming years, he'll assemble his fellow Mennonites into the strangest drug syndicate America has ever seen. But what drove this humble cheesemaker to begin dabbling in the world's most ruthless illicit trade? And what chance did this faith's strict moral codes have against the rise of the Mennonite mob?
I know what they're capable of doing down there. If they know that you know something, for $200 they can hire somebody to go kill you.
Across America, law enforcement are struggling to contain a drug syndicate that stretches from Mexico into every corner of the nation.
You know, it's kind of like you're putting your fingers in the dike when you run out of fingers.
Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines.
But this isn't any ordinary cartel. Its members come from a conservative Christian sect most consider morally pure. They're Old Colony Mennonites, operating like a mafia.
Mennonite mob is real. It's long-standing, it's lucrative, it's ruthless.
So ruthless, law-abiding Mennonites fear they'll be killed for revealing its existence.
I know what they're capable of doing down there. If they know that you know something, for $200 they can hire somebody to go kill you.
This man grew up in a Mexican Old Colony Mennonite village and says drug running is rife in his community.
I mean, years and years ago, I remember they was really distant from all that, but over the years it just really exploded. And I think it's just out of control.
But how and why could members of such a conservative sect, associated with purity and piety, become involved in one of the world's most immoral and illegal trades?
Most people will look at these sort of bucolic scenes of Mennonites in their horses and buggies, and the women in their simple gowns. And that, for the longest time, was a pretty picture. But the picture has turned, to some extent, nightmarish.
The nightmare starts off as a dream of a new beginning in a new continent. Originally from present-day Holland, Old Colony Mennonites immigrated from Russia to North America in the 19th century.
I think our track record shows wherever we have been, whatever country we have been, we've never been violent.
But in the 1920s, their pacifist ways, along with their refusal to speak English, placed them at odds with some authorities.
There was a feeling like these folks needed to get more assimilated. Some people decided to do that, and a chunk of people really decided they did not want to do that.
So 5,000 Mennonites settle in Cuauhtemoc, Mexico, and begin farming. But by the 1960s, they begin to run out of land to work.
After a while, there really wasn't the same kind of land available to the younger folks that there had been to their fathers or their grandfathers years before.
Then in the 1970s and 80s, droughts sweep the Mexican countryside. Poverty and hunger take hold.
We couldn't win for losing. I mean, the house we lived in, there was no running water, there was no electricity. It was very poor.
Many of the Mennonites fell into destitution. They became poor. They couldn't live off the land. There had to be other ways to make money for their families.
Yet with limited education and no Spanish or English, the Mennonites' options are few. But there's one industry where lack of education and language isn't an obstacle to success. And in the 1980s, it's beginning to boom.
That's when it really exploded. That's when it really started coming out.
The 1980s sees the rise of Mexico's drug cartels, starting with Felix Gallardo, the former Mexican federal cop who is known as the godfather of Mexican drug syndicates. As well as controlling all drug trafficking in the country, in the early 1980s, he cultivates a 2,500-acre crop of marijuana worth $8 billion called Rancho Buffalo, not far from the Mennonite colonies. Before long, some Mennonites realized dope could be an answer to their desperate plight.
The Mennonite godfathers feasted on this vulnerability.
In the 1980s, Mennonite father Abraham Harms begins smuggling marijuana to Canada in wheels of cheese. According to journalist Sam Quinones, he may have been motivated by money, but also by the value Old Colony Mennonite culture places on acts of boldness.
One of the ways you kind of show yourself to be a child of God and also kind of part of the Mennonite faith is you display a quality that they called narba. It's nerve. It's kind of backbone, you know, guts. It's one of the reasons also that drug trafficking took hold, because people didn't view it as this completely amoral thing to do. It was more of a display of your guts and your ability to deal with the world and flout the world.
Motivated by money or bravado, Abraham Harms begins his own drug syndicate. And he discovers in his community of ill-educated farmers a recipe already tailor-made for success. They're already farming. They just switch from corn to marijuana. They're already traveling to North America with furniture and cheese. Now, they'll just pack the goods with drugs. And to get past the border, they already have the most perfect disguise.
They went unsuspected, precisely because of the way they looked.
For a long time, these guys were kind of like given free pass through the border because no one could imagine that these Mennonites were drug traffickers. Because no customs agent really is going to suspect that a guy with a straw hat and overalls and rosy red cheeks and his wife with a bonnet and long flowery dress all the way down to her ankles and an old lady who's like 80 in the back seat is really involved in drug trafficking. And who would ever suspect that they have strapped around the grandmother a big pack of cocaine?
Harms starts small, enlisting trusted associates to package and traffic marijuana to Canada, where it's distributed into the community by other Mennonites. But in 1989, he makes his first mistake. He carries a load of dope himself and sells it to an undercover cop.
He He was swept up in an undercover operation that was run by a Leamington police officer in southwestern Ontario.
Abraham Harms is charged with drug trafficking, but he quickly posts the $10,000 bail and skips back to Mexico. Abe's learned his lesson, and in the future, he'll get others to do his dirty work, including those closest to him.
Abe simply continued to do his work in northern Mexico, far from the clutches of law enforcement officials, and he then used his children as mules to try to ship drugs into the United States.
In 1993, Abraham's 17-year-old son Enrique is caught on the Mexican-U.S. border with 90 pounds of his dad's dope. He does time in a Mexican prison.
It's one thing to be a crook, but it's another thing to enlist your children to become crooks too. So that tells me that he was prepared to do anything for money.
As his son languishes behind bars, Abraham maintains the facade of a faithful Mennonite. And church leaders' attempts to stop their flock entering the drug trade fall on deaf ears.
The pastors have tried. Every Sunday at the sermon, they might make mention of what's going on. They've reached out to some of the key Mennonites who were involved and asked them to stop what they're doing. Indeed, I spoke to a pastor who approached Abe Harms and tried to get him to stop, obviously with little success. The lure of money is just too great.
Some Mennonites pay a heavy price. Between 1989 and 1995, U.S. and Canadian customs catch at least 30 of them smuggling drugs. But the rise of the kingpin Abraham Harms seems unstoppable until a November morning in 1994.
My understanding was he was headed to church, and it was a Sunday morning when it happened.
Abe may have been a drug trafficker, but he was a churchgoer too. And he was still a devout Old Colony Mennonite insofar as that he believed in the Lord.
But today, on his way to church, Abraham Harms mysteriously loses control and crashes.
He may have been drunk or high on drugs or a combination of both.
There's another theory that Harms was run off the road and killed.
Others believe that it wasn't an accident, that he was in fact murdered. And ironically, a Bible was found a stone's throw away from his body.
As the godfather of the Mennonite mob lies dying, it seems the syndicate he founded might die with him. Because in the Mexican drug industry, a new, more ruthless age is dawning. A vicious world of multi-ton deals and massacres, where there'll be no place for a syndicate spawned from a quaint, pacifist Christian sect. Or will there?
Nobody's ever going to suspect that this farmhouse would be receiving 2,300 pounds of marijuana, 1,200 pounds of marijuana at this home.
We were told that he was electrocuted, castrated, and ultimately murdered.
In the late 80s and early 90s, a drug smuggling syndicate is born in the most unlikely society. Among pious, conservative, Old Colony Mennonites.
It bothers me a lot that our backgrounds is just falling completely apart, that they're completely into that instead trying to move ahead legally.
They became expert at the entire complicated infrastructure of drug trafficking. The simple people. It's unbelievable.
Then, in 1994, Mennonite mobster Abraham Harms is killed in a car wreck. And pastors pray Mennonites' involvement in this ungodly trade will die with him. But 5 years later, in Thomas, Oklahoma, there's a sign those prayers may be in vain. Police Chief Ronnie Jackson makes what he thinks is a routine traffic stop. he pulls over a Mennonite farmhand, Abraham Wiebe.
Just a laborer. He worked for a local farmer.
Wiebe's driving without a license. He lost it a year back in a DUI.
I told him to take his vehicle home and park it. He said that he would.
And then, perhaps in an attempt to avoid being booked, Wiebe says something strange.
He said, "I'm going to tell you something that's going to make your career."
Wiebe tells Jackson to meet him that night at his home.
I showed up and we began talking about what he knew.
Wiebe's secret? He's got inside information on a syndicate bringing tons of drugs into Oklahoma from his former hometown in Mexico. A syndicate run by Old Colony Mennonites.
To this day, when I speak of Mexican Mennonites as drug smugglers, people are shocked.
Narcotics agent Cindy Cunningham had been trying to crack Oklahoma drug rings for over a decade. She'd never heard anything like this.
One day we get a call from Ronnie Jackson, and he said he had stopped Abraham Wiebe, who happened to be a Mennonite, had information about Mennonites from Cuauhtémoc, Chihuahua, smuggling drugs from Mexico throughout the United States and into Canada. So it was a complete surprise to us.
Could the Mennonite mob still be active? And now be operating in rural Oklahoma? And if it was, who was the kingpin behind it all? To answer those questions, Oklahoma drug agents begin a complex undercover operation. They secure a remote rural house, tap its phones, wire it up with surveillance, and put inside it the man who tipped them off in the first place.
Abe was the contact person for the organization that was shipping the drugs into Oklahoma.
Abraham Wiebe has agreed to cooperate with cops by running a so-called stash house for the Mennonite mob. He tells cops he's motivated by a desire to do the right thing by his people. But as a police informant, his life is at risk every moment.
If they even have a hint that you're cooperating with the police, you're done.
At first, the only activity is late-night phone calls.
He would be contacted by that group and told that a load's coming in today.
Then the drugs start arriving in amounts that are staggering.
When the load of drugs would come in, Abe's responsibility was to unload it from whatever it was concealed in. And sometimes it was in fuel tanks in the back of a pickup or in the wheels of the vehicle that it was brought in, or in the semi that brought it into the States. He was responsible for unloading that and then repackaging in 1 or 2 pound packages.
This Oklahoma drug agent helped run the wiretap operation.
Well, for us, when we first started with the case, to even hear Mennonites involved, it was out of the ordinary.
Because of threats on his life, he doesn't want his identity revealed.
Nobody's ever going to suspect that this farmhouse would be receiving 2,300 pounds of marijuana, 1,200 pounds of marijuana at this home.
The investigation reveals that the tiny town of Thomas, Oklahoma, is being used as a drop-off point for Mexican-grown marijuana, truckloads of it.
As we'd back up to the barn, they'd close it, unload it, walk over to the house. Obviously, they'd package it, and all the dope was stored in the attic of the house.
We had a flatbed that came up here 2 different times, and it had about 1,000 pounds each time. The largest load we took off had a ton.
For Western Oklahoma, there's probably never been a case this large with those amounts.
Using small towns instead of large ones as trafficking hubs, is a relatively new method for sophisticated drug cartels. A method that makes sense because outside of the major metropolitan areas, smugglers believe they'll be able to operate under the radar.
One of the new trends that Mexican trafficking now uses small towns as hubs for drug distribution. What used to be that the smaller towns were the destination point, that's where people would buy and use the drugs most of the time. Now those are the areas, particularly the rural small towns, where people send their 30 kilos or their 50 kilos of whatever, and they break it up into 2-kilo loads, and they take some over here and some over there. The reason is because they know, I think there's a general realization the cops are outgunned, outmanned in those areas. And it's a real new trend, last 10 years or so, maybe, and growing, I think.
And within weeks, agents have the name of the man said to be sending all these tons of drugs north. To cops in Mexico and Canada, it's a family name that is chillingly familiar.
We identified him through these series of wiretaps, as well as the information we got from Abraham Wiebe.
The alleged kingpin's name is Enrique Harms. The former teenage drug mule has taken his father's place at the top of the Mennonite mob.
Well, after Abe's death, I suspect that there was a period of mourning, but Enrique became the head of allegedly the drug trafficking syndicate in Cuauhtémoc.
A new leader heralds new, more sophisticated methods for the Mennonite mob. Gone are the days of cheese wheels and Chesterfield sofas. Now Mennonites use their skill with machinery to hide the dope deep inside vehicles.
One concealment method was the wheels of the vehicle. They would take the tire off the wheel and construct a round tube that would be welded to the rim of the vehicle. In that tube, marijuana would be packed. They would put the tire back on, air up the tire, and then place it on the vehicle, and you could drive on those wheels.
Another method involves stripping the floors out of semi-trailers.
They would remove it, and it would expose the frames of the trailer, which were tubular. And then they would just place packages of marijuana as far as they could push them into the tubes, and then put the tailboard back on, and you would never know that anything was in it.
And though traditionally Mennonites stayed with their own kind, Enrique has strengthened his syndicate by forging links with Mexican cartels, including the notorious Escajeda family of the Juarez cartel.
This was the first time since I've been here, since 1980, that we were able to actually link people in Oklahoma back into cartels in Mexico. So this was really a substantial case.
And more strange, of course, because it's all coming out of this religious community known for piety, for humility.
After 6 months, cops bring the Oklahoma operation to an end, arresting 15 of the syndicate's drug wholesalers and drivers. But there's one Mennonite they can't touch, and another they can't protect.
He wanted to go back to Mexico. We told him not to go to Mexico. That's not a smart thing to do.
I said, don't. I said, you know what you did. I said, don't go down there.
Farmhand Abraham Wiebe had informed on his own kind, blowing open a drug network operating within his seemingly devout Mennonite sect.
Wiebe was the Oklahoma police's guide into how extensive the drug trafficking network was.
For 6 months, Abraham Wiebe had been working with the Oklahoma drug squad to run a stash house for the Mennonite mob, receiving and distributing thousands of pounds of drugs.
This was an eye-opener to the fact that this type and quantity of drugs were actually coming into Oklahoma. It wasn't just something that you see on TV. It was real.
In late 1999, the operation is brought to a close. 15 drug runners are arrested, but cops can't reach those who are still in Mexico, including the alleged kingpin, Enrique Harms.
He was the head of the organization. I've been told that he's very powerful and controls a large drug organization and a lot of people working for him.
After the Oklahoma bust, the informant Abraham Wiebe is offered state protection and advised to go into hiding.
We told him not to go to Mexico. That's not a smart thing to do. You need to stay here, in Oklahoma, or we would send him someplace and set him up.
But Wiebe doesn't think he needs protecting. After all, the Mennonites have always been pacifists. To engage in violence would break with 500 years of tradition.
He told me I'm going to go to Mexico. And I said, no. I said, you can't. I said, there's no way. And he said, nobody is going to tell me what to do. He said, I'm grown. I said, do it at least for your kids. I said, don't.
This man is a former associate of Abraham Wiebe. He does not want his identity revealed because it might risk his life.
I said, you know what you did? I said, don't go down there. I told him straight up, I said, all the families, they know what happened here. And I said, all of a sudden, you're going to show up? I said, that's not going to work. Don't do it. And he left that evening. And I said, I don't think we'll ever see him again.
Wiebe travels to Cuauhtemoc, Mexico, his hometown and birthplace of the Mennonite mob.
Probably part of him believed that they were still faithful, that they would forgive him. Because he likely thought that, well, they are Mennonites. They are like me. They can't have abandoned all of their faith, all of their belief, all of their pacifism.
After arriving in Mexico, Wiebe is seen drinking in a bar in a border town.
He gets drunk, and while he's drunk, he confesses his role as an informant to other Mennonites.
Soon after, Abraham Wiebe, the man who informed on the Mennonite mob, disappears.
We were told that he was electrocuted, castrated, and ultimately murdered and dumped into a lake. His body has never surfaced.
To the family, there's never been any closure.
For Abraham Wiebe's grieving friends, only scars and fear remain.
So, are you afraid?
Yes.
Are you fearful for your family just because you knew him?
Yes.
Discarding 500 years of pacifist tradition, the Mennonite mob have proved they can adapt to drug trafficking's new, more violent age. And now it's not just informants who need to beware of their wrath. It's American reporters, too.
Right there, I think, I'm just gonna die. This is where he's gonna pull out a gun and blow me away. Right there, it's what's gonna happen.
In the late 1990s, a drug kingpin rises out of a conservative Christian sect renowned for piety and pacifism. His name is Enrique Harms, and he'll shatter every code of the Mennonite faith in his scramble to build a drug syndicate worth millions.
He's alleged to have expanded the network in the United States, so they're going to more cities, selling more towns.
But like any successful businessman, Enrique must also learn to adapt to market forces.
In the late 1990s, the Mennonites had to change tact because the US market and the Canadian market was being flooded with high-grade marijuana that was being produced in British Columbia. It's more commonly known as BC Bud. And the kind of the seedy, low-quality Mennonite dope was being pushed out. So they needed to diversify.
Enrique Harms also expands by handling harder drugs like cocaine. And when a police wiretap operation knocks out one of his supply hubs in Oklahoma, he just creates a new trafficking route further west through Colorado.
So they're constantly shifting these routes, like any expert drug trafficking network. They're not a static organization. They're an organization that adapts and changes its tactics, particularly how they route drugs into and out of both Canada and the United States.
My impression that Enrique Harms is kind of like, was the mastermind behind all this. The guy who had most vision and entrepreneurial vision over what was possible and what could be done.
According to some, in the formerly pious Mennonite colonies of northern Mexico, drug running has become deeply ingrained.
It wouldn't surprise me if there's not like 10 or 15%. They're heavy in it. They drive brand new vehicles and dark windows. When I go to my families, they just say, "Oh, did you hear about him? He's big involved in shipping stuff to the States." You hear that constantly.
Journalist Sam Quinones first hears of Old Colony Mennonites' association with the drug trade in 2004. Like everyone else, he's amazed.
I was just blown away. I just could not believe it. And I began to think, wow, that is a great story. I gotta go do that story. This is fascinating.
To find out more, Quinones travels to Enrique Harms' hometown of Cuauhtemoc, Mexico. But he finds it's a community that doesn't give up its secrets easily.
It was not a world where I had any entree. It was a low German-speaking, very cloistered world.
Quinones starts probing about drug smuggling, but hits a brick wall. Then he makes the mistake of mentioning the name, Enrique Harms, to a restaurant owner.
And I say to him, and if Enrique Harms wants to speak to me, here's my card. I was just clearly perceived as a threat.
Encountering hostility, Sam decides it's time to leave town.
About a half mile after the restaurant, I look in my rearview mirror, and I'm being followed. I begin to get seriously terrified. At some point, I realized I got to do something here. I grew up in the 1970s watching all those detective movies, and so I start to do like these, what I take to be some kind of evasive maneuvers or something, I think, right? So I make a right turn and then a left turn.
For a moment, Sam thinks he's escaped.
Get to a stoplight. I'm sitting there in my car waiting for the light to change, waiting to get on the highway to head back to Chihuahua City, take my airplane out of there. And this guy pulls up right next to me. Right there, I think, I'm just gonna die. This is where he's gonna pull out a gun and blow me away. Right there, it's what's gonna happen. He pulls out instead a digital camera and starts aiming it at me and clicking and bam, bam, bam.
Is the photograph destined for a hitman tasked with assassinating this nosy journalist? Quinones doesn't wait to find out. He calls a contact in Mexico City who arranges a police escort to the airport.
The whole time we're being followed. We get to the airport. I give these cops every dime I have on me. I say, thank you. I don't know how else to thank you. Here's all the money I got. And I run into the airport.
As the plane banks into the Mexican sky, Sam vows never to return to the hometown of the Mennonite mob.
You could not pay me to go back to Cuauhtemoc, Chihuahua, as beautiful as it is, ever again.
With the perceived threat gone, Enrique Harms allegedly resumes doing what he does best: figuring out new ways to get drugs into America. But what happens when American drug enforcement wise up to Enrique's new supply route through Colorado?
They were trying to spirit into Colorado tons of marijuana and cocaine.
Is this the end of the line for the kingpin of the Mennonite mob? From making cheese to making millions. The devoutly Christian Mennonite community Enrique Harms was born into has provided the perfect cover for an international drug network.
This is sophisticated, it's complex, it involves tons of drugs, hundreds of millions of dollars.
In the early 2000s, it's estimated by Ontario cops that up to 5,000 Canadian Old Colony Mennonites are involved in the drug trade. By the late 2000s, at least 100 of Harms's kinfolk have served prison time because they've run drugs. Try as he might to keep his syndicate low profile or masked by their traditional farming lifestyle, Enrique's Mennonite mob are firmly on law enforcement's radar.
We know that they migrate from Canada to Mexico in the winter months. They grow crops down there, and then they come back across with drugs, and of course they bring money south.
No longer are traditionally dressed Mennonites given a free pass through the border, and the vigilance is paying off. In a September 2013 bust, DEA agents in Colorado seize 11,000 pounds of marijuana and 30 kilos of cocaine. 7 men are indicted for drug trafficking by a grand jury, including the Mennonite mobster, Enrique Harms.
Enrique Harms and his alleged co-conspirators were indicted on trying to spirit into Colorado hundreds of tons of marijuana and cocaine.
As he has in the past, Enrique Harms evades capture by remaining on Mexican soil. To journalist Andrew Mitrovica, the indictment is more proof of the cancer eating away at the Old Colony Mennonite community.
And anyone, including members of the Mennonite community, who try to dismiss this as either a mirage or some kind of rumor, are acting like the proverbial ostriches in the sand.
And according to one young Mennonite, involvement in the drug trade is spreading to the next generation.
De unge människor de säger att man kan stå young jobb från 15-16 år unga så. Det redan de mer om fan vad det var down the just the heart.
What is time for? And this wise man in Ecclesiastes chapter 3.
Meanwhile, those who stay true to the traditional values of the Mennonites are concerned that a criminal minority may tarnish the integrity of this ancient faith.
The Mennonite people and the Mennonite faith will be labeled through some of the activities that are happening through those that engage in unacceptable or illegal ways of life. That's for sure.
Brother, how are you?
But it's not part of our lifestyle, it's not part of our faith, and I think our history speaks for itself. But why some people would engage in that, I don't know.
Though the vast and overwhelming majority of Old Colony Mennonites are upstanding and law-abiding, it's feared by some that the outlaw gang operating in its midst may be growing stronger. For Americans and their law enforcement, that's cause for concern.
I've had a couple of threats with this particular group to kill us. But I think there's a little bit of courtesy there because we don't lie, we don't steal from them. Pretty much it's our job to do this. It's their job, if you want to say, to smuggle drugs into the United States.
For Enrique Harms, that job has paid off. Turning his back on the high moral codes of his ancestors, on their commitment to hard work and their pacifist roots, his lifestyle flies in the face of 500 years of tradition.
Enrique, unlike his father, appears to enjoy flaunting his wealth. He's also, according to law enforcement officials in the United States and Canada, bought strip clubs, built an ice rink, cars, jewelry, all of the sort of the stereotypical trappings of an alleged drug kingpin. Enrique apparently is lavished upon himself.
He certainly lived a long life down there. We see so many homicides, drug-related homicides down there, which tells me if his life hasn't been jeopardized, that he is pretty well entrenched down there with the cartels.
To many, Enrique Harms embodies all the vices the old colony Mennonite faith tried to protect its people from. And now that he's on the top, the only question for the kingpin of the Mennonite mob is, will American justice ever bring him down?
I think Enrique Harms is living comfortably in northern Mexico, safe from the clutches of U.S. and Canadian authorities.
They were Americans with a forbidden faith.
The reason we were brought to Mexico was to create a place where we could live our religion freely.
But this colony of polygamous Mormons will be the setting for a murderous tale of Cain and Abel.
Anybody that opposed him, he went after him.
At its center, a cult leader whose decrees will lead to up to 30 murders. A man who continues to kill, even from beyond the grave.
It becomes this kind of blood orgy.
And then, a second evil will rise. Ruthless drug lords.
One option was arm ourselves and go look for him.
Tainted with tragedy.
My children were all crying and weeping, and we were so shocked.
Marked with courage.
Benjamin was threatened and told to back down, to keep quiet.
We got bullet holes here. This is the one that hit me.
This is the story of the American colony that resisted the drug cartels and lives in the terrible shadow of a cult leader known as the Mormon Manson. "200 miles south of the U.S. border in northern Mexico lies a community with a history like no other. Its children learn American-style English.
2 + 1.
Many of their parents have American and Mexican citizenship and drive American cars. It's called Colonia LeBaron, and it's home to 1,200 descendants of Mormons from America. Tough men like Brent LeBaron.
I'm from Colonia LeBaron, Galeana, Chihuahua, Mexico. Born and raised here. I'm a Mexican-born American.
So what are these American fundamentalist Mormons doing here in Mexico? The answer harks back to a divine belief in having multiple wives.
For fundamentalist Mormons, the idea of plural marriage is absolutely crucial and central to the religion.
Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, had a revelation in the 1840s that his followers should practice polygamy. But under pressure from U.S. federal authorities, the Mormon Church removes the practice from official doctrine in 1890. polygamy becomes illegal, forcing so-called fundamentalist Mormons who believed it should not be abandoned to split from the mainstream Mormon church. A few small polygamous colonies form, while other fundamentalists avoid the law by heading south of the border.
After polygamy was outlawed, there was a huge move of fundamentalists, of polygamists, to Mexico because they could continue to practice polygamy and not be ostracized or attacked by the authorities.
In the 1920s, a Mormon named Alma Dayer LeBaron is excommunicated from the Church of Latter-day Saints because of his polygamy. He moves from Utah to Mexico, hoping to practice his religious beliefs in peace.
Their beliefs were they lived plural marriage, so my great-grandfather actually moved to Colonial LeBaron kind of for that purpose, to escape a little bit of the persecution that he and his family were getting.
The reason we were brought to Mexico was to create a place where we could live our religion freely.
In 1944, Alma Dayer and his two wives found Colonia LeBaron, raising their family as Mormon fundamentalists. It's supposed to be a place of peace. But little do they know, their colony will spawn a horror far worse than the persecution they left behind. It all starts when the family patriarch Alma Dayer LeBaron dies in 1951. He leaves behind 7 sons, all of whom take multiple wives.
I just grew up knowing that I was going to have to share my husband with other women.
Irene Spencer was one of those wives. She marries Alma Dayer's youngest son, Verlin, in 1953. He already has 1 wife and will eventually marry 8 more.
I actually attended 4 of my husband's weddings. How would you like to go to your husband's wedding?
Just like Mormonism's 19th century pioneers who founded Salt Lake City to escape persecution, Irene and the LeBarons face a hardscrabble existence.
When I came here and just saw the adobe houses, that was bad enough, but I walked in, there was adobe walls, no plaster, no paint, just plain cement floors. We had no electricity. I actually lived for, I think, 17 years without electricity. And it was very rough, very hard.
In polygamous Mormon communities, large families are considered a virtue, adding to the strain on Irene.
I had 13 children in 19 years. You don't have time to take care of them when you're in poverty. You're cooking beans and rice and trying to just make ends meet to feed the little kids, you know.
Among the sons of Alma Dayer, it's the 4th eldest who will emerge as a natural leader. His name, Joel LeBaron.
Oh, Joel was calm and sweet and loving and kind. He was a nice guy.
But in 1955, Joel becomes convinced he's been chosen by God.
He got this revelation that he was to be the one mighty and strong, and the redeemer, essentially, of the Mormon faith.
Revelations, where a believer receives a divine instruction from God, are a cornerstone belief of the Mormon faith. In 1832, Joseph Smith claimed to have a revelation that predicted, "The Lord God will send one mighty and strong, holding the scepter of power in his hand to set in order the house of God." Over 120 years later, Joel LeBaron claims he is that fabled one mighty and strong. He journeys to the Mormon heartland of Salt Lake City, where in the Utah State Capitol building, he files articles of incorporation for a new church, entirely separate from the mainstream Mormon church.
We are gathered here today under the guidance of the Lord, who has made me your...
He calls it the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times, and recruits his family to join it.
And we shall always be here.
I'll tell you the reason I joined was because I didn't want to be left out.
Joel bases his church in colonial LeBaron, where it continues today. He's revered as the church's true prophet, but it's a role for which Joel will pay a heavy price. Charlotte LeBaron marries into a polygamous Mormon family in the 1950s, and later finds herself embroiled in one of the deadliest family feuds in American history.
It wasn't just a political or religious rival. It was against men, women, and children.
At the epicenter of the conflict, two LeBaron brothers. Joel, the self-proclaimed prophet and leader of the Fundamentalist Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times, and his younger brother, Ervil.
It was as comfortable being with Joel as it was in an old pair of shoes. That's the way people felt with Joel. And Ervil resented that.
Just 18 months apart in age, Joel and Ervil LeBaron had been inseparable growing up. But by the early 1960s, as Joel's power grows and his converts boost the population of colonial LeBaron to 500, Ervil is tiring of being in his brother's shadow.
It was a very competitive relationship. The two siblings closest in age, and there was clearly a lot of sibling rivalry.
Ervil begins a strategy to unseat his brother. He starts to destabilize the colony by dictating who should marry who.
The whole idea of plural marriage was completely based on a different premise, where the woman had her choice. The marriage ceremony for entering plural marriage says, do you of your own free will and choice give yourself to this man, or does he take you as his wife? Of their own free will and choice. And that's very much emphasized. And Ervil wasn't that way. He wanted to be the one that was directing. And it became a real problem.
He told me that nobody could get married or function in any way, shape, or form unless he gave the say-so.
Ervil's hunger for power escalates. He tries to convince women already wedded to his brothers that God wants them to marry him.
He said I was committing spiritual adultery by living with my husband because I actually belonged to him.
So he would have revelations that a certain woman, they tended to be very attractive, should be sealed, as it's referred to in Mormonism, should be sealed to him.
Ervil's role in his brother's church is to collect tithes from followers. But he begins to use the money to line his own pockets.
He would go to followers of Joel and say, oh, you need to lend me $3,000 for this project. And of course, the money was never repaid. Or it would be, again, it would be a revelation from God that the follower should give them $3,000.
In contrast to the humble lifestyle of his brother Joel, Ervil has an attraction to the finer things in life.
By the mid-1960s, Ervil was increasingly obsessed with money, with living well. And colonial LeBaron and the other outposts of the church were very threadbare, very hard-scrabble places, set down in these kind of arid flats of northern Mexico. And Ervil liked to drive new cars, he liked to dress nicely. Ervil wanted to live large, and to live large, you need money. So he increasingly was coming up with schemes. One scheme was to build this tourist marina in Baja California. That fell through. There was a gold mining scheme. There was a number of different schemes that Ervil came up with, and they all kind of collapsed. But as a result, and because of his lifestyle, because he had 12, 13 wives to support, he was always grasping among the followers for more money.
Then Ervil claims that he, not Joel, is the man Joseph Smith predicted would set in order the house of God. The prophesied one mighty and strong.
It was very clear Ervil was increasingly wanting to take over the church from Joel.
But there can be only one prophet in this church. Joel excommunicates his brother. Cast out, Ervil's jealousy blooms into vengeance. Now in San Diego, Ervil starts his own church. He convinces some of Joel's followers to join him.
My brother's disregard for my authority is an act of treason against the heavens.
He tells them they've been called by God to rid the world of sinners who have lost their way.
And it is punishable by death in this world.
Starting with his brother Joel.
Ervil had told me, he said, I want you to know Joel will be put to death. Like that.
Irene decides to warn Joel of the death threat Ervil has made against him and his younger brother Verlin.
I said, Ervil said that you and Verlin are going to be put to death. And he shed tears. He said, you know what? If he wants to be a son of perdition and kill us, why, let's find out, you know?
To motivate his devotees, Ervil claims that any killing will be justified by an ancient doctrine long abandoned by mainstream Mormonism.
Punishable by death.
A doctrine called blood atonement.
In Mormonism, what blood atonement is that a person who has fallen, a son of perdition, can be saved by a chosen person killing him. So it becomes this license to kill.
Blood atonement had been advocated by Mormon prophet Brigham Young over 100 years earlier. In 1856, Young said that when a person violates a covenant with God, their own blood must atone for it. The LDS Church denounces blood atonement in 1889. But Ervil LeBaron resurrects it to motivate his followers to do the unthinkable.
This blood atonement doctrine is what gave Ervil the basis to gather his disciples around him.
Along with the defectors from Joel's church, Ervil draws followers from his legion of 13 wives. Some will die because of him. Others will kill for him. Others still will breed an army of assassins for his upcoming holy war. Most are convinced that blood atonement is truly a divine principle, and that their patriarch really is the one mighty and strong.
You think of a religious figure, all of a sudden he's talking about whacking people and killing people, that his followers would recoil and run in the other direction. But within the framework of Mormon fundamentalism, it made total sense.
The true extent of Ervil's influence over his flock becomes clear in August of 1972. His brother, Joel LeBaron, travels to Ensenada, Mexico on church business. Ervil's faithful are waiting.
We knew it was coming. We knew that there was no way of stopping him.
Ervil's chief lieutenant, a man named Daniel Jordan, killed Joel in August of 1972.
Like the biblical tale of Cain and Abel, the brotherly feud has ended in blood. Joel's sister-in-law, Charlotte, takes the news hard.
We had been worried about it for a long time, but it was a blow. It was a blow. My children were all crying and weeping, and I mean, we were so shocked.
But if Ervil believed his bloody coup d'etat would send Joel's followers flocking to him, he's mistaken. Instead, Joel's devotees rally around the LeBaron's younger brother, Verlin. Ervil now has a new enemy.
Now that he'd gotten rid of Joel, his next chief target was Verlin.
My husband by then had become president of the church, and he was Ervil's main target.
In fear of Ervil's wrath, Verlin LeBaron goes on the run.
Both in Mexico and in the United States, the law officers told him to not let his presence be known if he went and visited relatives, if he came home to see his wives and his children, that not to stay too long, and that while he was there, he needed to know that he was endangering other people's lives.
To bind his followers together, Ervil also uses a strategy common to other cult leaders. He builds paranoia that outside forces are closing in.
He kept us constantly hyped on the idea that people were out to get us, that our work was so important in the eyes of the Lord that the forces of evil were going to try and kill us.
Say he had a tongue of gold, he could convince the devil to go to church, so he was just a good brainwasher.
Emboldened by the murder of his brother Joel, Ervil will commission more attacks on his own flesh and blood.
People you knew were all now potential hitmen. There were threats of them coming to bomb Colonial LeBaron. Everybody was a watchman. Everybody was on their toes.
By the end of the 1970s, some media will be calling Ervil LeBaron the Mormon Manson.
It becomes this kind of blood orgy.
When Colonial LeBaron was founded by a Mormon fundamentalist family in 1944, it was supposed to be a promised land. But in just a few short decades, the town would be living in fear of an evil spawn from within.
They had a night watch. They had people watching the town and always alert and ready for action if necessary.
The reason for the fear is self-styled prophet Ervil LeBaron. In 1972, he orders the murder of older brother Joel.
Ervil claimed to be a prophet, and he actually had his brother Joel put to death. He didn't do it himself, but he had somebody go kill him.
Ervil has started his own fundamentalist Mormon church, drawing followers mostly from his 13 wives and children, and motivating them with a deadly doctrine called blood atonement.
It was very, very sick, warped, and terrible, terrible teaching that he taught.
Across the American Southwest, several different sects of Mormon fundamentalists are living their own versions of polygamy and competing for members. In 1974, Ervil LeBaron tours their communities, trying to gain converts and donations to the church he has founded.
He said he was the head of a political kingdom of God and that the world would be under his jurisdiction and rule. We were to start obeying the rules or we would have to suffer the death penalty.
He had been up to see the fundamentalists in some of their businesses and let them know that he wanted to start receiving tithing from them, and if they didn't, they would be in danger of the judgment.
But Ervil's efforts are to no avail. So he embarks on another strategy to gain converts by eliminating the competition. Starting with his brother Verlin LeBaron, head of the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times.
He was after my grandfather for years and years.
In 1974, Ervil hears that Verlin might be hiding at a polygamous colony in Baja California called Los Molinos. He orders his faithful to launch an attack.
The attack on Los Molinos, that was horrible. That was horrible.
Verlin's wife, Charlotte LeBaron, is in the colony when Ervil's henchmen storm it.
And I never forget, I went to the window and I could see the tall house was on fire. And I says, it's Ervil's people.
Charlotte's home is burned to the ground. 13 people are wounded, 2 shot dead. But Verlin is not in the colony. he's hiding in Nicaragua. So Ervil concocts a diabolical Plan B.
So the most amazing tactic that Ervil came up with was he thought, if I kill another Mormon fundamentalist leader, Verlin will have to come to the funeral. And then I can kill Verlin at the funeral.
The man singled out to die is Rulon C. Allred, head of a polygamous sect in Salt Lake City.
I grew up in his group, and he was really a wonderful man. At the time when I knew him, he had 7 wives.
But in 1977, Ervil tells his followers that the Lord wants Rulon Allred to be blood atoned. His 13th wife, Rena, is allegedly chosen as the assassin. She walks into Rulon Allred's office in Salt Lake City and shoots him dead. Verlin LeBaron takes the bait and comes out of hiding to attend Rulon's funeral. But so do 2,600 other mourners, so Ervil's assassins can't carry out their hit.
They were thwarted in doing it. There was just too many people around, so they backed out of it.
While Ervil's deadly hit squads roam from Utah to Mexico, in colonial LeBaron, where inhabitants are loyal to the slain prophet Joel LeBaron, a culture of terror reigns.
Joel's death had been a real source of fear to us. With the attack on Los Molinos, people actually being killed there and wounded, we knew that he was serious about it. We were continually being followed by their people, and telephone calls of a threatening nature.
I actually moved down to Nicaragua for 2.5 years because I was on his death list and trying to keep from getting killed. I know I'd go to bed and think if somebody came here in the night to kill me, what child do I take? You got 10 kids, who you grabbing?
Treason against the heavens.
As well as members of Joel's church, Ervil also applies his blood atonement edicts to anyone who threatens his group. In 1975, on his orders, his followers allegedly murder a female member who is threatened to talk to police. Later that year in San Diego, his 10th wife, Vonda White, shoots a male member who wants to leave Ervil's cult. In 1977, one of Ervil's daughters is also allegedly murdered on his orders. To his devotees, many who are his own flesh and blood, the message is clear: obey or die.
So there was an element of terror also in keeping people tied to Ervil.
Not one of the victims dies by Ervil's own hand. A fact that often attracts comparison with 1960s cult leader Charles Manson.
Both didn't like to get blood on their own hands. They much preferred their followers to go out and do their dirty work for them.
What's driving Ervil's murderous desire? Author Scott Anderson believes the only answer is clinical insanity that his followers mistake for divine guidance.
As the killings went on, it was clear to a normal person that he was becoming mentally unhinged. But to his followers, you're inside this hermetically sealed goldfish bowl where really crazy and really erratic behavior was in a way just more signs of Ervil's godliness.
But by the late 1970s, American justice catches up with Ervil and his cult. In 1979, his 10th wife, Vonda White, is sentenced to life in prison for the murder of a former follower in San Diego. Then in 1980, Ervil himself goes on trial in Utah for masterminding the murder of Rulon Allred. Ervil's brother Verlin testifies against him, along with one of Ervil's sons. Ervil is convicted and sentenced to life in prison. But the murder spree isn't over.
In prison, he wrote this massive 600-page tract called The Book of New Covenants. To most people, it just read as religious gibberish, kind of half-mad rambles. But in fact, what Ervil had done was he had hidden the names of 50 to 55 apostates who he wanted whatever followers he had left to blood atone.
His manifesto complete, Ervil LeBaron dies of heart failure behind bars in 1981. In an ironic twist, on almost the very same day that Ervil dies, his brother Verlin, who he had pursued for a decade, dies in a car accident in Mexico City.
It was a head-on accident. Apparently, it was a divided highway, and a car coming in the other direction came across the median strip, and it was just a head-on crash into Verlin's car, killed Verlin and another person. So there was speculation that finally Ervil was carrying out the hit on Verlin.
Some of Verlin's younger children have been told that their father was killed by Ervil's people. I absolutely do not have any foundation for that belief.
But the final horrifying chapter of the Mormon Manson's reign of terror remains to be written. In 1981, cult leader Ervil LeBaron dies in a Utah prison. Many believe the killing spree of the man dubbed the Mormon Manson is over. But he has left behind a coded hit list.
He had hidden the names of 50 to 55 apostates who he wanted whatever followers he had left to blood atone.
The book also names Ervil's successor as head of his vindictive church. The son of his first wife, Delphina, Arthur, takes on the role. But within 2 years, infighting among the church's faithful leads to Arthur's murder. This clears the path for another son, 20-year-old Heber LeBaron, to ascend to power. Raised in a culture where murder is sanctioned by God, Heber LeBaron will continue his father's violent legacy.
Everyone's terrified of Heber LeBaron. Really the most kind of sociopathic of this remnant of the LeBaron family that's left that's carrying out these murders.
These remnant members of Ervil's church may be few, but what they lack in numbers, they make up for in deadly zeal.
His last followers had the Book of New Covenants, and they started hunting down the people on the list.
In the years after Ervil's death, up to 10 murders are committed by his followers in America. Most of the victims are former members deemed to be apostates or heretics. But in the days leading up to June 27, 1988, cult members plot the most audacious massacre of all.
The 4 o'clock murders was a name given to this astonishing quadruple homicide that occurred in Texas.
In his manifesto, Ervil had identified former church members, Mark Chenoweth, Dwayne Chenoweth, and Eddie Marston, as traitors who needed to be blood atoned.
They had been 3 of Ervil's closest lieutenants. They had now left the church.
It was decided that all 3 must die exactly at 4 o'clock on June 27, 1988. For Ervil's faithful assassins, the date has spiritual significance.
That was almost exactly the time that Joseph Smith, the founder and the first prophet of the Mormon Church, was killed in 1844.
But the timing also has a practical purpose.
If they killed one of them, the other 2 are going to disappear. So they realized they needed to kill all 3 at the same time in 3 different places.
In different parts of Texas, driving identical cars,
I'm ready and in position.
Wearing identical suits, Ervil's murderous followers synchronize their watches and ready their weapons. Houston, 4 o'clock. Mark Chenoweth is shot in his office. Dallas, 4 o'clock. Eddie Marston is slain. Houston, 4 o'clock. Dwayne Chenoweth is also gunned down. Then, his 8-year-old daughter, Jennifer.
She was murdered also because she was the eyewitness to the murders. So there were 4 people killed.
But these brazen murders will signal the beginning of the end for the cult's vicious vendetta. The killers had worn identical suits and driven identical stolen cars in an effort to confuse investigators. But a routine traffic stop will foil their plans to escape the law.
A few days later, they're still driving the stolen pickup trucks. And they're stopped in Phoenix with the stolen pickup trucks.
The killers are brought to justice, including Heber LeBaron, who receives 4 life sentences for his role in the 4 o'clock murders. The last of those involved, Jacqueline Tarsa LeBaron, is caught in 2010 and sentenced to 3 years in prison. In all, the horrific body count attributed to the cult of Ervil LeBaron is estimated at up to 30.
There was an ingenuity, a kind of a diabolical ingenuity about this cult. I mean, it started under Ervil, but it continued under his sons and daughters.
Today, it's believed the church started by Ervil LeBaron is no more. But in Colonial LeBaron, the Fundamentalist church founded by his brother Joel continues to this day. On Sundays, armed men often guard worshipers entering Joel's church because another evil has risen against the colony.
We started hearing about deaths, and we started realizing this was getting really bad. It was getting really out of hand.
Starting in 2006, rival Mexican drug gangs fight a vicious war for control of the border zones. By 2009, the body count passes 15,000. Suddenly, the once peaceful country surrounding Colonial LeBaron is awash with illegal guns and outlaws, looking for ways to get rich quick.
They started kidnapping a lot of innocent people for just kidnapping them for money. They were searching out wealthy people.
In the decades since Alma Deo LeBaron came to Mexico, Colonial LeBaron has advanced. It's grown from just a single founding family to around 1,200 citizens. Many LeBarons intermarried with Mexicans and learned Spanish. But many also take advantage of ties to their motherland, retaining American citizenship, and running lucrative export businesses of the pecans and other crops they cultivate. Thriving farms, big houses, expensive cars. To local criminals, all this spells dollar signs.
Being very prosperous in the LeBaron community, we knew that we were a target.
Colonial LeBaron, Mexico. Throughout the 1970s, the inhabitants of the town were subjected to a brutal vendetta by a murderous cult leader named Ervil LeBaron. But after that evil passes, the town prospers.
We've been very fortunate because most of us have dual citizenship, so we can go to the U.S. and work, bring back some money, and start something.
But in the wake of a drug war starting in 2006, lawlessness explodes in northern Mexico, making the colony a target of violence once again. On May 2nd, 2009, 16-year-old Eric LeBaron is kidnapped from Colonial LeBaron by a drug gang. They demand a $1 million ransom. The men of the colony come together to decide how to respond to this new threat.
We got together and had a meeting with Eric's father, Joel, and told him, hey, whatever your choice is, whatever we can do to help, we're there.
One option was all arm ourselves and go look for him. And the other option was, do we pay the ransom? And everybody said, no, if we pay the ransom, they're going to be back tomorrow for 2 more.
As for using guns to settle conflict, The LeBarons have lived through that during Ervil's murderous spree, and know it can only lead to more violence.
The LeBaron people were in a sense, spiritual, and it would go against our conscience and our religious belief to arm ourselves and go up in war.
So instead of paying the ransom or taking up arms, the LeBarons do something almost no one in Mexico dares to do. They stand up in public to demand action.
Our entire community went. We petitioned the government, and we were at the state capitol for 3 days. We blocked the streets and just held signs. We were kind of on strike. It had never been done before.
The LeBarons appealed to the government to do their duty and protect its citizens.
We had a meeting with the governor, and we pushed, and we said we wouldn't leave this place until Eric was free.
Incredibly, it works. The kidnapped boy is released by his captors and returns to the colony. No one knows how the government negotiated his release. All they know is he's free.
We got him back safe. We felt, we got his victory. What we did was the best thing we could have done.
For the LeBarons, it's a triumph for nonviolent action. For the drug lords, it's a humiliation that must be avenged.
After Eric got kidnapped, there were many threats to the town.
One of those who is threatened is Eric's brother, Benjamin. He speaks out in public opposition to the tyranny of kidnapping and extortion sweeping Mexico.
His life got threatened many times, and he kept doing his thing,
Midnight on July 7th, 2009. Masked men gather outside Benjamin LeBaron's home and start trying to gain entry. He calls his neighbor, Luis Widmar.
First reaction was call whoever was closest to him. Luis, obviously you don't know what's going on, didn't realize the magnitude of what was happening.
Meanwhile, another neighbor sees the trucks and calls Lenzo Widmar.
Sister Ruth lives directly in front of him, and my phone rang, and she said, "Hey, something's happening at Benji's house." And I asked her what, and she's in panic and said, "I don't know, get over here."
As Lenzo rushes to the scene, the gang resort to extreme measures to get Benjamin to come out.
After threatening Benjamin's family with a hand grenade, he opened the door so they wouldn't hurt his family.
As Benjamin is dragged from his home, his neighbor and brother-in-law, Luis, appears.
And they took him out and took Benjamin and was there loading them in the truck. Lorenzo showed up in his Suburban, and these guys opened fire.
One man opened fire, then another one opened fire, and then two stood up and opened fire.
Violence has again struck the LeBaron clan, and what happens next will change their community forever. On the outskirts of Colonia LeBaron, Lenzo Widmar relives the moment he was almost killed by a Mexican drug gang.
We got bullet holes here. And here, this one went all the way through to the other side. There's one down here. And this is the one that hit me.
After having his bullet wound patched up, Lenzo went in search of his kidnapped relatives, Benjamin LeBaron and Luis Widmar.
This is where I found Luis's and Benji's body the night they were killed. I showed up here with the state police, And I believe Benjamin was laying right here and Luis right here, face down in the dirt. They were shot in the back of the head, apparently execution style. I do have a lot of anger bottled up inside of me, especially when I remember looking at Luis and Benji thrown on the ground there, you know, seeing their lifeless bodies there. So yeah, there was a sign posted right up there that said, "This is a warning to the LeBaron people." And it was kind of a threat to the LeBaron people to back off with supporting government and catching these guys.
But the tough people of colonial LeBaron do not back off. They use their dual nationality to demand justice for the murders from the governments in Mexico and the USA. Within months, authorities arrest an alleged kingpin of the Juarez cartel, Jose El Requin Escajeda.
He was the main head honcho around this area. They linked it to him that he actually ordered the hit on Benjamin.
With Escajeda imprisoned in America, the Juarez cartel is weakened. But for months, colonial LeBaron fears further reprisals. So just as they did when threatened by Ervil LeBaron's followers, they begin a night watch.
We come up here to this spot and, you know, just watch the whole town. The word went around that we had high-powered rifles and whatnot up here. We're ready to shoot anybody that was that got in our way. Obviously, we didn't, but it was a good hearsay that went around.
But today, there's no need for rumors about weapons. Respected and influential have these third-generation American transplants become, that the Mexican government has stationed 50 heavily armed police to guard their tiny colony.
There's a lot of the people in the area that say, "Oh, why do these LeBarones get so much help? Why not everybody else?" I think it's because we squeal louder. And we're willing to not participate in crime. At the contrary, we're willing to participate to catch these guys.
With no major incidents since 2009, the LeBaron's policies of nonviolent resistance and refusal to pay ransom seem to be making their colony safer. And while the LeBaron name was once synonymous with Ervil's murderous spree, today the new generation of LeBarons are making a stand for peace.
I'm trying to give us a good face, you know, try to rectify the wrong that Ervil, you could say, did for us as a community, as a people. We're not that way in the least sense. We're the complete opposite.
As a new era dawns for the LeBaron colony, it seems even the practice that brought Alma Dale LeBaron here in the first place is changing. Today, weddings in the colony are most often between one woman and one man. Because of cultural and economic pressures, polygamy is fading.
I believe it's slowly but surely being done away with, but it's not that we're ashamed of it or anything like that. I'm proud of where I come from. I really am.
In the years since they came to Mexico to find peace, these sons and daughters of America have battled evils from without and within. But their colony has weathered the storm. And its greatest strength in the future may be the spirit forged in its tumultuous past.
I think because of these events, it's made us stop and recollect our thoughts. So we're definitely progressing in our values. We're progressing in industry. You know, our farms are growing. These events have made us more courageous people. They've brought us closer together as a community. We've been able to overlook a lot of differences and focus more on looking out for each other.
stockpiling Bibles, gathering supplies, making bunkers, training children. Christians across America are getting ready.
It's clear in the Bible that the end times are not going to be a fun time to be around.
Dear Lord, thank you for this day.
I believe there's going to be huge earthquakes. I believe there'll also be panic in the streets and the looting and killing that's going to go on for 7 years.
They believe the apocalypse is coming because they read it in the Bible.
The elements will be destroyed by fire, and the earth and everything in it will be laid bare.
I mean, you talk about Noah's flood, that's nothing compared to what we're talking about here.
Going off the grid.
Well, this is what they call a sun oven. You can put a whole turkey in this thing.
Digging deep underground.
It's approximately 14 feet down.
Packing heat.
This is great to have in case for a home invasion.
And spreading the word.
We decided pretty much that we were going to blow Operation Security in the interest of getting the word out to other people.
With one hand on the holy book and the other on their survival gear.
Is the tool itself, the Bible. This is the word, this is the ultimate survival manual.
Meet the Bible Preppers. Across America, preparing for doomsday has become a national phenomenon. But now, a new type of prepper is taking the country by storm. They get their guidance from the Bible.
To have everlasting life.
I believe the Bible is the first and the main prepping tool out today.
These Bible preppers use the scriptures to tell them what's coming and how to prepare for it. From the suburbs of Georgia to the deserts of Arizona to small-town Ohio, they're sounding a holy warning.
Things are going to get crazy before the Lord returns.
In Norwalk, Ohio, Christians Phil Hovatter and his wife Sandy are absorbed in Sunday worship.
King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Sandy's not just a follower, she's an ordained minister.
And made his home among us. He was full of unfailing love and faithfulness. Say that. My calling is to help people to create an environment where people can grab hold of the truth and the grace that God has for them. Hallelujah.
But Sandy and Phil have another calling too. One that involves stockpiling supplies, preserving meals, and studying the Bible for survival clues. They're Bible preppers who believe Jesus Christ might soon return.
It will be a worldwide event. It will be the end of time.
When it happens, it's going to happen very suddenly. And those who are prepared for it are prepared. Those who are not have missed their opportunity.
Jesus Christ's second coming is prophesied in the Bible, including in the book of Revelation. Many Bible preppers believe those prophecies are coming true.
When I first became a believer in Jesus Christ back in 1971, I was reading through the New Testament for the first time. I came to passages like Matthew 24, Luke chapter 21, the book of Revelations, where it talks about end-time events.
There will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars. On the earth, nations will be in anguish and perplexity at the roaring and tossing of the sea.
I was so gripped by those when I first read them, I said, he's talking about now. He's talking about today, my lifetime right here, right now. That's been 42 years ago, and I can still look at those passages and say, you know, they're even closer to being fulfilled right now than they were then.
The Bible warns that the time around the second coming will be marred by horrific events.
There's going to be a lot of natural disasters of a scale and magnitude that we've never seen, truly going to be the literal biblical proportion type disaster. And along with that has to be just massive civil unrest.
Which is one of the reasons the Hovatters have begun preparing.
Okay, this is our basement pantry area. This is actually phase 1 of our food storage plan. These are things that you can buy at the grocery store. Soup in cans, dried soup, macaroni and cheese, spaghetti, sardines, all kinds of basic food products that would keep us going through a short to medium-term disaster of some sort.
The Hovatters are just beginning their prepping. But one thing that makes them very different from ordinary preppers is what they choose to stockpile.
We bought a couple of cases of Bibles as amongst the first preparations that we did.
Phil figures when times get hard, God's Word will be the first thing people will need.
These are paperback Bibles we can give out to people in the community.
Phil and Sandy haven't always been Bible preppers. They first met as Air Force cadets in college.
We met first day of class in September. I fell in love with her instantly when we were on a field trip for school in Homestead, Florida. They flew us down for a weekend, and I saw her in her swimsuit by the pool.
Many years ago.
That's the one.
But they weren't a match made in heaven.
She told me one day that actually she's very far from being a Christian, and she was an atheist. And my reaction to that was totally spontaneous. I just blurted out, "Oh, I'm so disappointed in you."
Despite their differences, the pair marry in 1977. Within a year, Sandy also becomes a Christian. But it's not until 2012 that Phil raises the subject of readying for global disasters.
Phil sat me down at the dining room table one day and said, "We need to talk about something." And so he told me about how God had been impressing on him the need to prepare for a time when life would not be as it is now.
We're talking 2012 when I started to look into this. There were a lot of problems with finances in Greece and Spain, Portugal, Ireland. So economic issues certainly were one of the things I saw. But there were other things. Summer of 2012, there was a lot of solar flare activity. We're seeing tsunamis. I mean, the word tsunami was not in the American vocabulary until 10 or 15 years ago.
To Phil, all these happenings suggested the end times may be near,
Well, we're gonna make Spanish beefy rice, right?
and that a 7-year time of torment, known as the Great Tribulation, might soon begin.
The Bible definitely talks about a tribulation time coming at the end times. And 7 years of very rough going.
Well, it's going to taste just like the Spanish rice that your mama used to make.
That's why instead of watching a game on a Monday night, the Hovatters are vacuum sealing meals to see them through whatever disasters lie ahead.
All the way. Okay, you want to get the hose out.
Okay.
Seat that firmly. And
How do you know when it's done?
It turns itself off, just like that.
All you have to do is take out the jar, put it in 5½ cups of boiling water, and half an hour later, you've got really good beefy Spanish rice.
Among Bible preppers, one question looms large. Just how much of the 7-year tribulation will they have to prepare for? Some say believers will be saved before it even begins, in a moment known as the rapture.
The Bible describes a time when believers are taken out of the world, and that's called the rapture. The Bible describes them as believers being taken up to meet the Lord in the air.
According to how the Bible is interpreted, the rapture could happen either pre-tribulation, mid-tribulation, or post-tribulation.
Some people believe the rapture happens at the beginning of that 7-year period. Some people believe it happens in the middle. And some people believe it happens at the end of that 7-year period.
Where you stand on the pre-, mid, or post-tribulation spectrum guides just how much food you need to stockpile.
He can come and take me anytime he wants, but if I were to have to come down on one opinion, I tend to be more mid-trib these days. This is some of our dehydrated food products that we have. We've got some,
that means Phil will have to survive 3.5 years of violent tribulation. And he doesn't have enough food stored yet.
We've probably got, I would say about 1.5 years worth for the two of us.
But if you think these mild-mannered Bible preppers will be an easy target in the end times, think again. Coming up, why some Christians are training in survival.
Father's name we pray.
And self-defense.
It's going to be so much chaos and panic. People are going to be starving. They'll having to eat each other to survive.
Since Christian couple Phil and Sandy Hovatter became Bible preppers, they've had to learn some unexpected new skills.
I consider a firearm to be used as a
weapon of last resort, but
last resort in cases of protecting our person and hopefully never our property. But you have to do what you have to do in order to survive.
Just because the Hovatters are Christians who love thy neighbor doesn't mean they're not ready to defend their preps.
if you had told me 1.5 years ago that I would have, I think it's 8 handguns, and that I would be able to shoot them, I would have said, you're confusing me with some other Sandy.
But how does using lethal force jive with the Hovatters' Christian principles?
From a Christian perspective, the 10 Commandments in common English say, thou shalt not kill. A better translation of that passage would be, thou shalt not murder. God doesn't sanction murder. God has sanctioned a lot of killing over the course of human history. He calls nation to go to war against nation. So God is not strictly opposed to killing. God is opposed to murder. And when I defend myself, I am not committing an act of murder. I am committing an act of self-defense.
I'm not a marksman by any means, but I've become confident that I can hit a person's center mass if I need to.
I've never had to point a gun at someone, even in jest, and pull the trigger. I hope I never, ever have to. It's against, decent human nature to even do such a thing as that. But when you're faced in a life-threatening situation, you do what you have to protect your life and the lives of your loved ones.
What makes Bible preppers different from other preppers is that many want to help others survive the end times.
We started our website called The Approaching Day Prepper. We post articles on there. We are sort of chronicling the types of preps that Sandy and I are doing, and also sharing the tips and tricks that we've learned.
While most preppers like to keep their activities secret, for Christians Phil and Sandy, it's about spreading the word.
A lot of preppers, most preppers I would say, keep their activities on the down low. They're quiet about it because of the very thing that Sandy said about, if you say something, if people's first reaction is, oh, if anything goes wrong, I'm coming to your house. Well, not only are they going to come to your house, but they're going to bring everybody they've ever told about you to your house.
And their whole family.
And suddenly the situation becomes unmanageable. And so most preppers practice what they call operations security, OPSEC, where they keep their preparations private and quiet. We decided pretty much that we were going to blow operations security in the interest of getting the word out to other people. This is what we are doing. We want you to do it too.
As new preppers, we felt like we had a different voice. The voice that says, you don't need to be stressed. You can do this in a calm way and with faith. And you can do it by taking these baby steps. And once you've got the baby steps, then you take the next steps.
Phil and Sandy believe that God will look after his flock, but they also have to look after themselves.
We see back in the days of Noah, God warned Noah of the coming flood, and Noah went and built a boat. God didn't provide the boat for him. God didn't provide all the supplies for him. Noah had to do the work. So God always works with people in partnership.
I want to be ready if life changes. I don't want to be the one who is totally incapable of living in that new way. That's why I'm preparing, you know? That's why I'm learning how to build a fire. You know, when was the last time I built a fire? When I was a Girl Scout in 7th grade or something? I don't know.
As for when Jesus is due back, Phil's not ready to put a date on it.
It's been 2,000 years. It might be another 2,000 years before Jesus comes again. I don't know. But everything's in place. There's nothing I see that would prevent it from happening very soon.
Meanwhile, 700 miles south in McDonough, Georgia, there's a whole family of preppers who also take their cues from the Bible.
It's like Noah, he told him to go out and prepare. He told everybody to, hey, come with me, help me prepare. They didn't listen, they thought it was a joke. But it happened.
Father's name we pray. Today we're going to be going over John 3:16, so turn to the book of John.
Mark Sanders is a Georgia
16.
father of 4.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son.
He's a good Christian who fears God.
Should not perish, but have everlasting
But
life.
his greatest fear
So it says,
is
"For
not
God so
being
loved
ready
the
for the
world
disasters he's read about in the Holy Book.
In the Bible, it states that in the times comes during the tribulation, it's going to be so much chaos and panic. People are going to be starving, having to eat each other to survive.
So Mark's begun preparing his family. He believes prepping is part of every Christian father's God-given role.
If it was a stiff snatch,
I believe, being the man of the family, I believe God's given me certain skills to be able to prepare and the mindset.
It's a role he sees outlined in the Bible's Timothy chapter 5.
But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever.
It states that if I don't prepare for my family and friends, and especially my immediate family, that I'm gonna be worse off than a non-believer.
What I have here, I have a bug-out bag. It's for me personally. It's to put anything you can put in there to survive on. Fire starters, food, cook kits, medical equipment, your shelter, that sort of thing. Here we have my hatchet. You gotta have your flint and steel to start fire.
What are you gonna do? If the trucks stop rolling because they're out of fuel, there's not gonna be a grocery store around where you can just go pick up the nearest hamburger.
And the very last thing, but it's the first thing you should put in your bag, the Bible.
I believe you should have the Bible with you in your bug-out bag, because that's gonna be your manual and your word.
This is the ultimate survival manual. It will give you all the answers, and it has the Word of God in it. Guys, first thing you have to do, we had to find some dry wood. You gotta start off with little small pieces. Might take a few shots, hopefully not.
It's what Mark sees in the Bible that sends him out into the woods, training his family to live without the conveniences of modern life.
There's certain scriptures in the Bible that I believe I take it as preparing.
Once we get a fire going, guys, we gotta put something over the top to put the pots and pans on, because if you don't have a metal grill or something, what else you gonna have?
It's like Noah's Ark. He told him to get every kind of food that's available for the people and for the animals.
So around here, we're just gonna use some of this wet wood.
So we got to keep prepared to get through the hard times.
Mark thinks one day soon,
We have a trigger system here.
his kids' lives may depend on knowing survival skills, like how to set a trap for wild game.
We're gonna build a snare for a larger animal like a deer, and if we do drop it lower, you could catch a coyote, bobcat, fox, or something like that. It's gonna run, it's gonna hook his neck, it's gonna come through here, pull it. When it pulls tight,
Everybody thinks this prep and stuff's just absolutely crazy, but in the old days, that's how they lived before we're doing now. We're just used to having a bag of potato chips at any given time.
Now, pretend you're a deer.
It's just going back to what probably our grandparents are doing, especially our great-grandparents and before them.
Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for this time we had together, Lord. And thank you so much, Lord, for blessing us with this deer we have.
Once you have killed an animal, throw deer meat in a skillet, cook up some potatoes you grow in your garden, some carrots, some peppers, whatever you have. Teach them how to cook it up.
Mark believes that during the coming turmoil, knowing how to get by out here in the woods could be crucial to survival.
This is the way to do it in the bush, survival. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. The heavens shall pass away with great noise.
I do believe when he returns, there's going to be natural disasters. I believe there's going to be huge earthquakes.
And the elements shall melt with fervent heat.
There'll also be panic in the streets and the looting and killing that's going to go on for 7 years.
And the earth also, and the works that are therein shall be burned up.
He said he's going to release his anger, and it's going to be unlike that you've never seen before.
So the baby to be born will be holy, and he will be called the Son of God.
Every Sunday, Mark and his family attend their local church to prepare themselves spiritually. But after the service, there are preparations of a different kind.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. One of the first things that we were training on, that I started them on, is boxing. 1, 2, 3. You teach them the jab, the cross, and the hook.
Mark's Christian faith has led him to value his family above all. And in the end times, he wants them to be able to defend themselves.
Today we're going to go over a simple gun disarmament. It's going to be one handgun. It is plastic, it's fake. By no means do you ever point a gun of any type to anybody. This is a training gun, all right? All right, point that at me, Dean. I don't have anything here.
These Christian kids, 11-year-old Nicole, 10-year-old Dean, 9-year-old Joshua, and 7-year-old Summer won't be turning the other cheek.
No, come here. Let me show you real quick. You gotta step forward that foot. Turn sideways, step forward. Now step back.
I wouldn't say every kid needs to learn how to do this because it is dangerous, but sometimes you might not have any other choice but to try to disarm a gun.
Put your hands up.
Like his kids, Mark's wife Haiti is on board with the prepping lifestyle.
I think about it often because we never know when something's gonna happen. We gotta be prepared. You never know when you're gonna be in a situation where you're gonna need it.
Lay your hand down on mine and push it forward. Yeah, I'm teaching my wife, Haiti, some hand-to-hand combat, because that's real important for females to know, because if they get attacked, normally they're a little weaker than a man. They're gonna end up on the ground, so they gotta know how to defend themselves. Squeeze.
Like other Bible preppers, Mark wants to help other believers prepare. So he has started a web channel to tell them how.
It's gonna be the warning from this right here.
He says sourcing water should be #1 in everyone's end-time survival plan.
1 month's supply of food.
Food should be #2.
Go ahead, little single shot.
And the third essential?
12 gauge.
And I believe the third thing is going to be firearms. You got to have a means to protect yourself. You got to have knowledge of firearms, different ammo, when to use it, when not to use it.
Mark is armed for the apocalypse with a 7.62 millimeter rifle, 38 revolver, 45 pistol, 9 millimeter pistol, 12 gauge shotgun, 410 shotgun, and a military-style AR-15 assault rifle. Some of these guns are for hunting.
You can kill anything from a squirrel with a smaller caliber, a rabbit, all the way up to deer, elk, moose, whatever you can get your hands on if when times get tough.
But other weapons are for self-defense.
So this is great to have in case for a home invasion or somebody wants to get a little crazy and come in on you and try to take what you've worked for.
I believe God allowed us to have weapons to defend ourselves. I wouldn't think twice about using a firearm. If it has to do with protecting my family and myself and my friends.
He hopes it won't come to that, because his fourth essential tip for when the tribulation starts is get out of town. Way out of town.
because when it gets bad, people are gonna come loot and take what we have. So we have stuff stored out in different places. We have a place in Kentucky where we keep a large amount of food, large amount of water. That would be our meetup place. It's kind of hidden away, so we'd get out of this area.
According to Mark, the most significant prepping advice of all within the Bible is that Jesus and the Great Tribulation could come at any moment.
In Matthew 24, it states that you don't know the time or hour that the Lord's coming. So in my eyes, that's telling me I better be prepared. It could be now, 5 seconds from now, it could be 1,000 years, because you do not know. So I believe that is a huge sign to always be prepared. Don't ever turn your back on it.
But there are many different views on how to be ready. Coming up, one Bible prepper who may have the ultimate preparation strategy.
Satan and his fallen angels are standing outside that door right now, puking their guts up about me telling the truth about how to be prepared for this end time.
Somewhere in Texas, this looks like an ordinary farm, but hidden beneath the surface.
We've done the food, off-grid solar power. Just about everything has been prepared for.
The prepper who lives here would like it to stay hidden, so he doesn't want to reveal its exact location or his whole name. He just wants to be known as Alan.
I've spent several $100,000 trying to be prepared.
Alan's a father of 2 and has been married for 29 years. He first started prepping when he noticed the world around him was changing for the worse.
When you live 50 years and you start out in a society that's one way, and you see it start to change extremely to the other side, then yeah, there's a fear that things are changing in the world. And it's pretty clear in Revelations what we're facing. You know, everything that's mentioned, earthquakes, wars, rumors of wars, pandemics, they're all present.
Convinced the prophesied end time was near, Alan began readying.
I started by moving to the country, and then as things progressed along with the almost financial collapse in 2008, I started getting real serious about preparing.
Serious enough to dig a bunker deep below his farm.
It's approximately 14 feet down in the ground. And this is where we would come if we had some kind of a threat from the environment or nuclear or nature, such as a storm.
Alan believes in a post-tribulation rapture, which means enduring all 7 years of tribulation. For proof that it's upon us, he looks to Matthew chapter 24.
For nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. Well, Jesus said there will be earthquakes in diverse places. Texas has never been a place that you thought you'd have an earthquake, yet we're starting to have them here.
Elsewhere on his farm, more structures purpose-built for the apocalypse.
Jesus said in Matthew 24 that there would be wars and rumors of wars. This is a building that we built to withstand the threats of the times to come. This building is built with metal ceilings, metal walls, so that it will withstand an electromagnetic pulse. The biggest concern from an electromagnetic pulse is a nuclear weapon being set off above the United States, which would send out a wave that would literally melt wiring and electronics. And so to protect it, the wiring has to be shielded. Basically what we do is we build what's called a Faraday cage, and that consists of a metal layer between us and the outside that's grounded that would catch this wave and divert it into the ground. It's an airtight building so that it'll withstand contaminants from breaching in the walls. We have food storage here. You have to really think out about, I may be eating this stuff for the next 3-4 years. It takes a lot of time and a lot of preparation. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the things that you try to do in order to be prepared.
Alan's prepping has taken years, and it's cost him a fortune.
These are the batteries that power is stored from the solar cells. And we have 26,000 pounds of batteries right here. That represents 120 individual batteries in these racks. About $120,000.
But Alan, who spent almost $500,000 getting prepared, says there's something even more important than having bunkers, food stockpiles, and banks of backup power. It's having faith.
I guarantee you can't see it, but I'm surrounded by God's angels right now. And Satan and his fallen angels are standing outside that door right now, puking their guts up about me telling the truth about how to be prepared for this end time, because he has no power over me anymore.
Alan has always been a Christian, but in recent years, he was born again and started studying the Bible anew. It changed his attitude to being prepared forever.
I came to the conclusion that the preparation needed to change gears. I needed to go a different direction.
That different direction? Preparing spiritually. Now that his faith is strong, he says he doesn't fear death in the end times because he knows he'll have a place in heaven.
I used to be very afraid of the things that were coming during the tribulation, but Satan and his Antichrist have no power over me anymore. They definitely have power over this flesh, but they don't have power over my soul and my spirit. If a nuclear warhead falls on this body this afternoon, I'm guaranteed that I'm going to get a new one, an eternal body, according to scriptures.
From deep underground to way off the map. Coming up, the Bible prepper who sees dark days ahead.
We're seeing storms that have almost never been seen before. People are starting to say, maybe we are entering the end times.
Across America, devout Christians are preparing for disasters predicted in the Bible.
Be prepared and stock your food and be ready.
Food is going into storage. Children are being trained. Guns are being stockpiled. And in Texas, Bible prepper Alan spent years getting prepared for every possible scenario, including the crash of America's currency, when he'll start trading in gold.
You can just barter with it. It's a means of barter. People recognize gold as a store of wealth, as something of value. The face value of this coin is $50, but in actuality, at the time that we're currently in, this coin's worth about $1,300 to $1,350.
That's $25,000 in small change in Alan's hand. And to protect these preps, there's no shortage of options.
Everything from ARs to AKs to SKs to Mini 14s to you name it. Well, I think we pretty much have it.
If for some reason he can't get to these guns, he could always stash some anywhere on his property using a special technique.
Well, this is a way that you store guns for long term. Oil them and vacuum seal them, and then they can be stored underwater, in the ground, anywhere for long periods of time. This particular gun's been bagged up like this for 3 years. I've both tested them by burying them, and I've tested them by storing them underwater.
The reason secretive Alan's revealing some of his preps? It's because by doing so, he hopes to warn other Christians what's coming.
When you come to a knowledge of Bible prophecy, it very much becomes your responsibility as a Christian to tell others.
Alan's final message for Christians. As the end times near, even if you haven't prepared physically, make sure you're prepared spiritually.
You can be at comfort and peace during the tribulation and know for a fact that you've got your ticket, and that's the most important thing.
But to other Bible preppers, the best ticket to survival is to get way off the beaten path and way off the grid. The sooner, the better.
There will be famine, and there will be wars, and there'll be anarchy. If you're out in the country, you know, where there's less people, it's probably a safer place to be.
John Shorey was a traveling evangelist before retiring to his small Arizona farm. But while other retirees are looking forward to a safe, secure future, John's preparing for the worst.
There's a period of time before that last 7 years that Jesus referred to as a time of birth pains, where we would see an increase of earthquakes and natural disasters. We're seeing storms at category levels that have almost never been seen before. All of a sudden, now people are starting to say, wow, maybe we are entering the end times. I heard, but I did not understand.
After studying the Bible, John's Christian values compelled him to warn other believers by writing a book.
I actually believe that we're entering what I call a window of the Lord's return, that sometime between now and 2020, we'll actually see the Lord coming back. And those, the Bible, you know, lays out that those are going to be some pretty trying years.
Trying years where, according to John's interpretation of the book of Revelation, food won't be readily available.
Reveal the man doomed to destruction. The Bible says that in the last days that a quart of wheat will cost a day's wages, which means that either food becomes very scarce or money loses a lot of value. So during that period, the people will literally be starving to death. So it's not going to be a pretty picture.
But John doesn't plan to be amongst the starving. Coming up, his off-the-grid techniques to provide his own food during the end times.
We are literally in the time of the last days right now.
You can put a whole turkey in this thing.
In deepest, driest Arizona, John Shorey is attempting to turn a patch of desert into a haven from the horrors of the Great Tribulation.
All of these people that were scoffing and laughing at Noah, but when the rain started falling, they were all knocking at his door saying, "Can I come into the ark?"
John used to believe Christians would be raptured or saved before the Great Tribulation, but now he's firmly in the mid-tribulation camp.
And with mid-trib, my position is showing that we will go through 3.5 years of tribulation.
To survive those 3.5 years, John's aiming to be self-sufficient. So he's got over 20 chickens and guinea fowl. growing 60 nut and fruit trees, maintaining up to a dozen beehives, and storing 6 months of water.
We've put in 2 5,000-gallon tanks so that when we're not using water, we can fill up that as our reserve.
We could literally see infrastructure going down. We could see the grid go down to where water's not going to come out of your tap anymore. And so people should have, barrels of water or some way of storing extra water, because without water, we're in trouble.
John's also figured out a way to make the desert bloom. He's transforming its infertile soil into farm loam ideal for cultivation.
Well, this is actually where I'm currently composting. And basically what I do is I pick up anywhere from 2 to a dozen boxes of throwaway produce at a local grocery store, and I just keep spreading it out in layers. And there's hundreds or over 1,000 worms in this bed making fertilizer. You're getting this rich, brown, excellent texture soil that things just can grow very well in.
When his greenhouse is completed, John and his family will be able to live indefinitely off the produce they grow. And after harvesting his crops, John's got an off-the-grid way to turn them into a meal.
Well, this is what they call a sun oven, and uses, solar to cook on. This thing works virtually anywhere in the United States where you have sun to partial sun. They say that if you can see your shadow, this thing will function and will work. You can boil rice, we've cooked cookies, we've baked bread, you can put a whole turkey in this thing. This morning it was in the 40s, it might be in the 50s right now, and it's over 300 degrees inside that oven. In fact, that water in that bottle is boiling. I've cooked roasts in an hour's time by putting them into a glass jar like that.
But why all this preparation? And why urge others to do it too? What makes John Shorey believe the end times are upon us?
There's a whole number of prophetic events that are all falling in this same window of time that is pointing to a strong possibility that we are literally in the time of the last days right now, leading up to the Lord's return.
He says if you read the news, the signs are everywhere. Like the conflict in Syria, which he believes aligns with a prophetic Bible scripture.
Because in Psalms 83, it says that Damascus will be destroyed, never to be inhabited again. Well, this prophecy's never been fulfilled. And to me, it makes sense that Israel will be involved in this, and they will probably be pushed back against a wall to where they'll use a nuclear bomb against a city in Syria, Damascus.
But John Shorey's not the only one sounding a warning. In Texas, there's a pastor so sure the end times are coming, he's built his reputation and his business on it.
So it's been this way for quite a while. We're talking about an apocalyptic event of unprecedented proportions.
Coming up,
I think you should be watching it.
The man who's on a holy mission to get the whole world to prepare. In Dallas, Texas, a business owner is planning renovations.
This thing we got to do is to seal it so that radiation cannot get in.
He wants to shield his studio from a nuclear war that's prophesied in the Bible.
We're talking about an apocalyptic event of unprecedented proportions. I mean, you talk about Noah's flood, that's nothing compared to what we're talking about here.
Irvin Baxter is a minister on a mission.
Out of the blue comes this announcement. Hamas.
He's been studying Bible prophecy for over 30 years. And he's got an alarming message.
Well, there's a huge breaking story in the news today. We're a lot closer to the end of everything than most people realize we are.
Irvin Baxter is so sure that we're nearing the apocalypse, he staked his reputation and his business on it. End Time Ministries is broadcasting radio shows, producing DVDs, TV shows, and magazines.
We have our End Time magazine. This is published bi-monthly. It goes out all over the world.
Irvin Baxter's got thousands of followers worldwide and 40 staff, including his daughter, Kara.
We have all bought into Irvin's dream and into his vision. And so all of us have that same common denominator, you know, that we're all working towards and striding toward.
The goal? To prepare all of the world for the coming of Jesus and the tribulation.
We're so short on time, you know, with World War III possibly coming up and everything else. We want to get this message out as soon as we possibly can.
Of most concern to Irvin, a passage in the book of Revelation that predicts we're headed for nuclear war.
We know a war is coming that's going to kill 1/3 of mankind. Much of the world is going to be affected.
Irvin believes in a post-tribulation rapture, meaning Christians will have to endure all 7 years of tribulation. So what is he doing personally to prepare himself and his business?
Okay, now, Kara, what I think we could do, let's go over here and take a look at this. We can totally seal this in, even across the bottom here and right up the middle. That would be part of what we could do. Okay. And then I have made inquiries recently about what it would take to turn our studio into a safe room. The biggest thing we got to do is to seal it so that radiation cannot get in.
Right.
There's going to be nuclear exchanges. Our ministry's right here in Dallas. Could Dallas be hit by such an exchange? Possibly. While we're in a safe place, we can also be on the air broadcasting 24/7. That's our main thing that we want to do.
When the tribulation arrives and nuclear bombs are falling, Irvin plans to be bunkered down here, broadcasting advice both spiritual and practical.
The most important thing, number one, with you and your loved ones and your family, to have a plan. Say, okay, if all cell phones are gone, if all electricity is gone, where do we meet? And if people can immediately go there, and they've made some preparations, they have some things stored there, then they can possibly ride out the situation.
The reason Irvin can't rest in his mission to let Christians know? He believes an imminent event in the Middle East could soon cause the tribulation to kick off.
The Bible prophesies an event called the confirmation of the covenant. It actually will be the signing of a Middle East peace agreement. That peace agreement will establish a Palestinian state. When that agreement happens, that marks the beginning of the final 7 years. You know what withholdeth, or you know what with
Irvin believes that agreement could happen soon, which means
we are here to declare absolutely we are in the end time right now. We're very near the second coming of Jesus to the earth.
Guided by the Holy Book, Christians across America are on a crusade to save themselves and their neighbors, spreading the word that the time to get busy is right now.
I believe every person should prep. You have to take care of your family, as written in the Bible.
They may not know the exact day or hour of Christ's return, but America's Bible preppers are certain of one thing: they won't be caught unaware.
The wise man sees trouble coming, and he prepares for it.
Alaska. Her wild beauty is legendary. But this vast, majestic landscape comes with a price.
It's just a land of extreme everything.
Here in the last frontier, cataclysmic natural forces come with the territory. The biggest earthquake in the Northern Hemisphere.
It sounds like a freight train, and it's coming right at you.
The most massive volcanic eruption of the 20th century.
Katmai was many, many, many times bigger than Mount St. Helens was.
Glaciers bigger than a city.
The scope and scale of everything is so crazy.
And the largest tsunami ever witnessed on Earth.
And he said, son, start praying. And I did.
With forces this massive shaping the terrain, it's one of the toughest places on Earth to call home. Welcome to Alaska, Disaster Zone. Deep beneath the rugged land of Alaska, devastating forces are waiting to be unleashed. One of the most powerful can reshape mountain ranges in seconds and leave whole towns in ruin.
California likes to call itself the earthquake capital of the country, but they're not even close. This is earthquake central.
Lori Gillum knows exactly how destructive Alaska's earthquakes can be. She's faced the biggest one in American history. An earthquake for the ages.
It sounds like a freight train, and it's coming right at you.
Lori's home city, Anchorage, lies just north of a deadly subduction zone, where two continental plates are colliding head-on, and one is dragged beneath the other into the Earth's crust. It's what creates Alaska's largest mountain ranges. But it's also the crucible for the biggest and most frequent earthquakes in North America. Alaska averages an astonishing 100 quakes a day, and gets more earthquakes than the other 49 states combined.
If you were to make a list of the top earthquakes in the last 500 years in what's now the United States and Canada, they'd almost all be Alaska.
But the biggest of all comes on March 27, 1964. The day 7-year-old Lori and her sister Debbie are dropped at the 4th Avenue Theater in Anchorage by their mom.
Mom was awesome. At that point in her life, she was a stay-at-home mom, and she volunteered at the elementary school that my sister and I went to, and at church. She was just always there.
Lori thinks she's about to watch Disney's The Sword in the Stone at the theater. Instead, she'll have a front row seat as one of the biggest earthquakes in history unfolds.
Mom bought our tickets. We got popcorn. She sat us down in the theater. She left. We didn't exactly know where she was going, but we kind of figured she'd go shopping.
80 miles away, deep beneath the ocean floor, the crust begins to rupture with a force equivalent to 63,000 atomic bombs. It's the epicenter of a massive quake.
The 1964 earthquake started rupturing underneath Prince William Sound.
But in seconds, the rupture spreads, heading for Anchorage, then a city of 100,000. Beneath the 4th Avenue Theater, the earth begins to tremble.
The curtains part, the movie starts, and Disney starts with the music and the book, Once Upon a Time. And the book opens up, and that's when the earthquake hit. My sister flies over the top of me, throwing her popcorn, and starts running up the aisle. I run after her, and we made it outside when the earthquake was still rolling.
7-year-old Lori witnesses Alaska's fury firsthand.
We were hanging on to the parking meter because by this time the earthquake was really rolling and shaking and we couldn't stand up. And the flagpole is waving back and forth and back and forth, and you can see the rolling waves just come down 4th Avenue as it comes down the street. The curb separated from the sidewalk, and I'm thinking, wow. And it was loud. I remember the noise. It sounds like a freight train, and it's coming right at you.
After 4.5 minutes, the shaking stops.
We were a block and a half up from the 4th Avenue slide, where the sidewalk and the buildings dropped 20 feet and then slid.
The damage you see in the photos from 4th Avenue, for example, were caused by a cliff that basically just collapsed, and whatever was on the top just slid down somewhat to the bottom.
The theater stands its ground, but just 2 blocks away, the J.C. Penney store slumps into the street, killing shoppers.
The corner of the building collapsed. I think my sister was, being 4 years older, was more in tune to what was going on. Her concern was that Mom was in Penny's.
Have Lori's family paid the ultimate price for living in this disaster zone?
This is where we were supposed to meet Mom, at the parking meter. I remember a lady wanted to know if we were okay and if somebody would be coming for us. It felt like we were standing there forever, absolutely forever. I remember her coming around the corner and there was my mom and everything was right with the world.
Lori's family are some of the lucky ones. But their city is devastated. The earthquake rates a 9.2 on the Richter scale, the second largest in world history.
What was exceptional about this earthquake was really the size of the area that slipped. In 5 minutes, this area that's 450 miles long and 150 miles wide moved an average of about 30 feet.
The quake thrusts up whole sections of the seabed. Jetties are left high and dry. And coastlines change so radically, maps have to be redrawn.
The uplift was as big as 30 feet off of the edge of Prince William Sound. So huge amounts of uplift, which all of a sudden brings stuff right out of the ocean.
Also coming out of the ocean immediately after the quake, 30-foot tsunamis. Created by vertical motion of the seafloor, these giant waves devastate southern Alaska and more distant shores.
It went across the ocean, it hit Hawaii, it hit California. And so it killed people in California from the earthquake in Alaska.
The final death toll from the 1964 earthquake and tsunamis stands at over 130. And although that quake is unprecedented in size, since it happened, Alaska's had no less than 6 earthquakes, ranking over magnitude 7.8. The most recent big one in 2002 cleaved massive glaciers in half. And with so many fault lines in southern Alaska, another 1964-size quake isn't out of the question.
It's not likely to get something in the same place of that size, so close to the event, but there's places right next door that could be ready to have a sizable earthquake. So the risk is always there.
One thing's certain, with a population 3 times bigger than 50 years ago, modern Alaska has a lot more to lose. Alaska is a breeding ground for disasters. It has the biggest earthquakes in America, the highest mountains, the most massive glaciers. So what happens when all these forces come together? Ask Howard Ulrich Jr. He's the only man alive who has seen it firsthand.
I saw this big wave. It was coming around on the far side of the island. I was scared, you know.
It's the biggest wave in the history of the United States and potentially in written history.
Lituya Bay, a deceptively tranquil fjord in southeast Alaska. On July 9th, 1958, Howard was just 8 years old when he came here on a fishing trip with his dad.
My father had said it was a good place to spend the night.
But if Howard's father had talked to the native Tlingit people, he might have reconsidered guiding his boat into this glacier-carved bay.
They said there was a monster that lived in the bay, Ka'alituya, and the monster would be displeased if people were there too much.
Little does Howard know, he's about to meet that monster.
It was very quiet, glacier water, chunks of ice, icebergs. All you could hear is the engine just moving. Calm, gray water. Icebergs are not even making hardly a sound. 10:15, we're anchored right here. So I went to bed and went to sleep, I guess. And then my dad came down and woke me up and he said, "Son, you'll never see another earthquake like this in your life."
A fault line in the huge mountains at the head of the bay has spawned a massive quake.
As we're sitting there watching, off to, I think, our right, was a big explosion, a big boom.
40 million cubic yards of rock and ice, dislodged by the earthquake, plunges into the bay.
It came down from a great height, too, so when it hit the bay, at the head of the bay, there was a gigantic splash.
This simulation, created by a scientist at the University of California, explains what happens next. The splash wipes out trees on the adjacent point to a height of over 1,700 feet.
It's bigger than almost every building in the United States. It's around the size of the new World Trade Center.
The displaced water then becomes a wave of devastating power.
It was coming around on the far side of the island, and it was a big black mess. It's got all this dirt, I figure, was making it real black. And it's got these little things sticking out of it like porcupine quills or something, but those are trees inside the rolling black wave.
This is no ordinary wave. Bearing down on Howard and his father is a mega tsunami. The largest ever faced by a human in recorded history.
And my dad, about that time, he threw me the life preserver and he said, "Son, start praying." And I did. Just got a hold of the boat and we went up real fast. It was like being in a nice smooth elevator just going up. There was trees underneath us. We washed up this hill and then washed back down again.
Miraculously, Howard and his father survive. But 2 other boats in the bay are destroyed. 2 survivors are later rescued from a lifeboat. 2 other people are never seen again.
From going to think that you were going to die 1 minute and then survive through it, yeah, we were very lucky. And these people were not.
The 100-foot wave has stripped trees along the shore to the bedrock. Scientists deduce it's not the first time it has happened, and it won't be the last.
Lituya Bay actually has a whole history of big waves, and probably all caused by big landslides.
On average, Lituya Bay has had a mega tsunami every 30 years. And with the last happening 56 years ago, all hell could break loose at any moment.
There's another rip up there waiting to happen. Shortly, any time, overdue.
When you're in the volatile land of Alaska, not everything is what it seems. A meadow isn't just a meadow. It's a grizzly grazing patch. A river isn't just a river. It's a salmon superhighway. And sometimes a mountain isn't just a mountain.
We have 52 historically active volcanoes in Alaska. More active volcanoes than anywhere else in the United States by far.
They range from really large ones to small ones and everywhere in between, and with large eruptions and small explosions and everywhere in between.
Alaska's volcanoes include perfect cones like Mount Cleveland in the remote Aleutian chain, or Mount Augustine in Cook Inlet. But there are also less picturesque, but more menacing peaks, like Mount Redoubt, one of the closest volcanoes to Anchorage.
If you see something like Redoubt with a great big breached crater in the top, well, that says to me that it has more violent eruptions.
In this disaster zone, there are 3 to 5 eruptions a year. Here at the Alaska Volcano Observatory, scientists monitor a 2,000-mile-long arc of Alaskan volcanoes. They're an explosive side effect to the continental plates colliding on the so-called Ring of Fire.
We have one plate that's being subducted beneath the other, and that's what generates our unique landscape. Without that, we wouldn't have the volcanoes.
In true Alaskan style, the state holds the record for the biggest eruption of the 20th century. In 1912, Mount Katmai exploded with power 30 times stronger than the lower 48's most famous eruption.
Katmai was many, many, many times bigger than Mount St. Helens was.
Fortunately, most Alaskan volcanoes aren't near where people live. But volcanologist Game Machimsey has been closer than almost any man alive to an eruption at its angriest. It happened in 1992.
On the afternoon of August 18th, we got a phone call from the FAA saying that a pilot had reported something going on at Mount Spur. Spur is about 80 miles due west of Anchorage. It's the closest volcano to the city.
Game hops aboard a small plane to check if the report of an eruption is true.
So we took off, and there was about a 7,500-foot cloud ceiling that day. When we popped through that, it was obvious that this was a major eruption going on.
As they approach Mount Spur, Game starts rolling with his Handycam, capturing some of the most violent footage of an Alaskan volcano ever.
It was just exhilarating to see these huge cauliflower, roiling ash clouds coming out of this vent and big blocks the size of Volkswagens and small vans being heaved, 500 meters to 700 meters above the vent.
The massive eruption spews an ash plume over 8 miles into the stratosphere and flings rocks almost 3 miles away from its crater.
But I can remember wondering at the time, wow, we're really close to this, and if it was to go really big, I'm not sure what would happen.
Something else worries Game: the direction the wind is taking the ash cloud.
We noticed the ash is going to Anchorage, so we need to beat this back.
Game's plane lands at Anchorage Airport just before it's shut down. Because if there's one thing Alaskan airports don't take any chances with, it's volcanic ash clouds.
The North Pacific air routes are a very busy air corridor. There's about 250 flights per day, up to maybe 30,000 people on those flights, and then billions of dollars of cargo and equipment. And all of those flights are passing over Alaska's active volcanoes, so potentially in harm's way. I'm standing just inside the inner operations room of the Alaska Volcano Observatory. We use this room primarily when we're having an eruption of one of the Cook Inlet volcanoes, or if there's a large-scale eruption somewhere else in Alaska. And it's a place where we can sit and, at one full sweep of the room, see lots of different data.
There are webcams, seismographs, satellite images, flight trackers, and a special red phone.
This phone has one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to put the people in the ops room in direct contact with the people over at the Federal Aviation Administration, so that in times of volcanic eruption crises, we can speak directly.
Volcanologists know aircraft and ash clouds can be a bad combination. It's a lesson the world learned over Alaskan skies on December 15th, 1989. That morning, Mount Redoubt, 100 miles from Anchorage, erupts. Just as a 747 from Holland is coming in to land at Anchorage Airport. The jet, with 231 passengers, flies straight into the ash cloud.
If you get enough ash into the engines, it will remelt and then essentially solidify in the form of glass on the inside of the engine.
All 4 engines flamed out. The cabin of the plane became very thick with ash. For 5 to 6 minutes, they were a silent, dark, heavy glider. The pilots were desperately trying to restart the engines, and every time they restarted, they were knocking a little bit more ash off of those turbines. Until finally, they got 2 of those engines started, and they limped the plane on into Anchorage, landed, and miraculously, no one was even injured.
The near miss shakes everyone. But it may not be the last. Alaska is crisscrossed with busy international air routes. They can be choked at any time. As happened in Iceland in 2010, when a volcano plume grounded over 100,000 flights. And there's every chance Alaska's next eruption could be the biggest ever, affecting not just aviation, but weather across the globe.
The chances of Alaska experiencing a catastrophic eruption, I think, are fairly good. They happen in Alaska about every 100 years or so. The last one happened in 1912, Katmai. So with as many active volcanoes as we have, with it being so tectonically active up here, It's only a matter of time until we have another Katmai-style eruption.
Coming up, awe-inspiring and deadly. The billion-ton juggernauts reinventing Alaska's most spectacular terrain.
To be near the glacier in that kind of a time would be a frightening experience.
Alaska's majestic mountain ranges are thrust up by deadly tectonic forces. But there's something just as powerful cutting them down.
They can be several miles across and tens of miles long, and as thick as skyscrapers.
Glaciers. Alaska is home to 20,000 of them. And their massive power is morphing this disaster zone in ways you wouldn't believe.
Glaciers in Alaska have really carved most of the landscape.
To see how, glaciologist Mike Heckers and mountain guide Don Riley are on their way to the Mendenhall Glacier to reveal its secrets. They'll be attempting to delve inside it, into a potentially deadly ice cave.
There's an ice cave up there, so we're gonna go check that out and see if it's safe to go in there.
The big danger in an ice cave is that the ceiling's gonna collapse on you.
But before they even get to the glacier itself, there are other hazards.
This is the terminus of the glacier. It's dangerous to get really any closer than this.
Oh, look at this.
This amateur footage taken at Alaska's Holgate Glacier shows why.
Oh, here you go, more.
Icebergs break off into the water, and we call that iceberg calving. The scale ranges from, basketballs of ice falling off to basically pieces of ice the sizes of small cities breaking off.
Here comes the water.
If you get a big piece that hits flat, then there will be this huge wave. To be in a boat near the glacier in that kind of a time would be a frightening experience.
We'll be all right.
At the so-called terminus, the glacier's power is at its most raw and unpredictable.
It's kind of like a slinky pulling apart. So the ice is coming down, flowing by gravity and being pushed from above and coming over this cliff and just breaking apart.
This is where the glacier ends. But to discover where it begins means going to the source of its immense power. On the flanks of the monumental Mendenhall Towers, a death-defying peak, where mountain guide Dawn feels right at home.
So we're up here at 5,500 feet, and we're up in the Juneau ice field. And up here, we get more snow each year than can melt.
So once you get about 90 feet of snow piled up over the years, just the sheer weight of it will compact and form glacial ice. And it's heavy enough that it flows downhill just like a river does.
The ice's journey to the glacier's end takes 200 years.
They're big conveyor belts. They're moving the ice down through the mountains.
But glaciers take with them a secret weapon: rocks, dragged from the mountainsides. They're what make glaciers able to reshape Alaska.
The ice itself does not actually carve valleys, but the rocks that are embedded in the ice that are carried down act as a big Brillo pad and just scrape away at the rock below. So you have classic U-shaped valleys where glaciers have been, and we can see that up on the Mendenhall.
Add giant glaciers to ever-shifting tectonic plates, and you get the extreme landscapes Alaska's famous for.
When you get the combination of the tectonics pushing things together and pushing things up, and glaciers cutting down through them, then what you get is really, really steep relief. And so this very, very rugged, dynamic topography.
Here in Southeast Alaska, you can hardly look anywhere without seeing how glaciers have affected the landscape. Anywhere from the rounded peaks that the glaciers have gone right over the top and smoothed them over. Even most of the waterways are actually fjords where the glaciers have carved them out.
Just as a river forms whitewater, a glacier will splinter as it hugs a bend in the valley, or crack as it falls down steeper slopes. The result? Some of the most dramatic and forbidding terrain on Earth.
The analogy to a waterfall and a glacier is an ice fall, so if you go over a steep slope, the ice will get all broken up and move real fast. So where the change in speed is the greatest is where you'll form crevasses.
Reaching up to 100 feet down towards the glacier's frozen heart, crevasses are cracks in the brittle surface of the ice. Ice near the surface is weathered and shows up white or gray, while the newly exposed ice at the bottom of the crevasse is a vivid blue. It's a world that is always moving and always demanding respect.
You always have to be thinking ahead, thinking about what's underneath you. If you're walking around on snow, you might have crevasses underneath you. They're always changing, they're always doing something interesting.
Like rivers, glaciers are joined by other glaciers as they travel downhill.
So right down here, we've got the south branch of the Mendenhall Glacier, and you can see where the rock is being kind of pulled off. And if you think of glaciers as rivers, when you get two of these rivers that come together, the rock that was on their side will then be forced out in between them, and that's what's called a medial moraine.
The rocks that used to be on the side of each branch are now in the middle of the main branch. So if you count the medial moraines in a glacier, you can know how many tributaries upstream join together to form that main branch.
Just as the glacier transforms the landscape, it's also being transformed itself. One of the main forces of change is water.
Glaciers have their own plumbing system that helps to get water, both rain and then the melt that happens on the glacier surface, away from the glacier. It usually starts out that the melt percolates through the snow if it's there, and then it'll start flowing across the ice. And if there's any sort of fractures or cracks, crevasses in the ice, those crevasses will steer the water as it forms rivers. We call them superglacial streams. Then, at some point, the water will make its way to the glacier bed, and that feature is called a moulin, which is a French word for a mill. And moulins tend to form where there's a weakness, some sort of a crack in the ice. That's a place where the water can actually go, sometimes all the way down to the bed of the glacier, hundreds of meters through the glacier ice.
But to truly understand a glacier's devastating power, you have to see its most ancient ice up close. Mike and Dawn have just found the ideal place to do it. A glacial ice cave. But it's unstable. Formed from moving ice that could shift at any moment.
What do you think, Mike?
I don't know. I don't like the look of this crack right here.
In 2013, a glacial ice cave collapsed in Oregon, killing a 25-year-old snowboarder.
The ice is moving, the ice is melting.
You can see it's already broken up there, and there's a lot of light coming through that thin ice.
Alaska is a land shaped by awe-inspiring forces, giant earthquakes, towering volcanoes, and glaciers that would cover Manhattan 3 times over. These enormous slabs of ice have the power to grind mountains to dust. To understand how, you have to venture where most don't dare. Into the glacier's frozen heart. A potentially deadly ice cave.
Wow. You can see these cracks where it's really thin right in there. So this whole section could come down.
You've got a dynamic environment in which you're visiting, and there's always potential for something to go wrong.
I think we should go in on this side.
Yeah, that looks better.
Cool.
Glaciologist Mike Heckers and mountain guide Dawn Riley carefully pass through the unstable entrance. Inside, a cavern of otherworldly wonder.
Look at this ceiling.
This is crazy.
It's probably, what, 20 feet of ice above us, maybe?
Towering over their heads, enough ice to fill 10 Olympic swimming pools. If the glacier shifts, it could all come crashing down.
I mean, it's amazing, these features. You can see some of these bubbles and cracks. Yeah. See a big boulder up there. This is really one of the most amazing features here on the Mennonite Glacier. This ice cave, you can see by the colors and the shapes you can see on the walls. It's just really magnificent.
Within this ice, the secret to how glaciers pack such a giant geological punch. Its clarity means it's super dense. 3 times heavier than the snow that created it, making the glacier like a billion-ton steamroller on the land.
This is really cool.
So smooth.
You can see how it's just kind of flowing over these rocks.
Yeah.
Can't find glass sculpture that nice, and it's natural.
Ice caves are temporary. Some collapse after just a few days, others after a few years. At any one time, there might be dozens of them in Alaska, though most will be too remote or dangerous to enter. They're dynamic natural wonders created by water and wind.
This ice cave is formed by the heat from this creek right here and the wind blowing through here, just basically melting and sculpting the walls as the heat flows through.
This cave is unusually large because it's drawing air not from one entrance, but from 2.
Ah, look at this. I think I even see blue sky up there.
This shaft was first cut by water boring down from the glacier's surface, a feature called a moulam. Over time, it's been widened by the warm air, like the cave.
There's a nice cross ventilation blowing in here. Warm air from the forest up there is just coming right in through here.
Constant melting creates one of this cave's most striking features.
You can see the sculpted ice on the side. It's caused by differential melting, just by streams of air blowing through here and water trickling down in some places and not in others. Where it's trickling down, it's going to melt more. So you get these really fascinating shapes. Oh yeah, you can see water coming right down this edge.
So you were saying that's what kind of carves this sculptedness, is
Right,
kind of how
yeah.
the water's running?
It's a little differential melting with water flowing down on these edges, kind of eating it away and then starts somewhere else.
Glacial ice absorbs all the colors of the visible light spectrum except blue, which it transmits in a brilliant hue. The longer light travels through the ice, the more blue the ice appears. But in this disaster zone, nothing stays the same for long.
The ice cave here is always changing. So more ice will collapse near the entrance, probably this summer and over the next year or so. And within a couple years, this ice cave probably won't be here.
Beneath an ancient Alaskan glacier, an ice cave receives a visitor from another world.
What's great about the quadcopters is that we can get into places that are really dangerous.
Fitting into, extremely tiny places, into crevasses, into glaciers.
You can get shots no one's ever seen before.
To better understand this last frontier, Christopher Carson and Lion Elaton are ushering in a new era of exploration. They're looking for an undocumented ice cave, a place human eyes have never seen before.
Check that out down there.
Is that one?
Maybe.
We walked all along the ice right alongside the glacier, and we found a new one.
Gosh.
Oh, man, look at that.
That is amazing.
They're not sure how stable it is or how deep beneath the glacier it goes. For a human to go down there might be deadly. So they've enlisted some high-tech help.
This is our quadcopter. This is used to record all of our aerial shots. It has a HD minicam and 9-inch blades that keeps it up in the air. It's gyro stabilized so that no matter where you turn it, it stays in that same area.
Over the past months, they've used their quadcopter to reveal views of glaciers that have never been captured before.
Being, from what we've researched, the first person to ever fly a drone into an ice cave, we haven't found a single person to do that, and it's really exciting.
Exciting for Chris, but high risk for this delicate craft.
The challenges are insane, absolutely insane. From wind to rain to turbulence.
You don't want to crash, obviously.
But today's cave is extra challenging. The quadcopter will be flying out of sight, so they'll have to rely on video beamed to a monitor from the copter's camera.
So we have one person that is actually flying the quadcopter, and the other person is monitoring the actual shot and what's going on within that shot.
Lose signal in this ice cave, and it could be curtains for their $4,000 quadcopter.
So there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you can lose your drone any which way.
Watch out on the right.
So one of the obvious challenges was the degree to which the ice cave actually descended.
Turn a little left.
All right.
All right, good.
Okay, I'm about to go out of sight, though.
You drop down into it, and there's water falling everywhere. It's dark, and you have to go in at an angle. We had no visuals, so we're flying only off the monitor.
Look at that. I think it goes all the way down, maybe like 30 more feet. That's amazing.
They discover a subglacial tunnel running deep beneath crystalline ice.
The ice cave was absolutely amazing, very, very deep blues. Feet into it.
They're capturing never-before-seen views.
Perfect, beautiful.
Now, all they need to do is bring the copter back.
A little more towards us, keep going. I can't see.
We're starting to lose signal.
All right, be careful.
All right, I'm gonna angle up. When you lose signal, you are flying blind. There's nothing else you can do.
Wait, come back, come back.
All right.
I can't see. Did you crash?
It's done.
You crashed it.
It's done.
I didn't know if it fell into an abyss somewhere.
The quadcopter has crashed near the entrance, where the cave is most dangerously unstable.
All right, you have to go get it.
You go get it. I'm not gonna go. You crashed.
He wanted me to go down there, but he was the one who lost it, so it was only fair that he get it back.
I'll hold on to everything for you. I think you got it.
I'll get it.
Despite the risk, Chris isn't prepared to abandon his quadcopter.
Ice caves are really dangerous. I mean, these things calve or collapse all the time.
You got it! Are you okay?
Yeah.
Chris, like a true champion, went down and he got it back.
Their quadcopter is damaged, but its camera still captures a few fleeting images. Portraits of a hidden world, probably already consumed by change in this volatile land.
These things are melting so fast and moving so fast that some of these shots that we get might never be seen again. So it's pretty humbling to be able to see it, you know, for the first time.
Ever-changing, dangerous, unpredictable. Life in Alaska means facing forces of devastating strength. But without them, Alaska wouldn't be the wonder she is.
Nothing comes for free. I mean, if you have beautiful volcanoes, there's the danger of eruption. When you've got these steep mountains, there's the danger of landslides.
Despite the disastrous risks, or maybe because of them, Alaska's wild beauty will always draw us back to this last frontier. Prison. On the surface, a place of punishment and penance. But behind the scenes, hidden from the eyes of prison guards, a place of ingenuity and artistry.
It's an art form. It represented your culture. It represented your beliefs.
In American prisons, a secret and illegal subculture of tattooing is thriving.
Tattooing is a very, very big part of prison culture.
Now, for the first time, men who have lived and breathed prison tattooing will reveal the secrets that surround it. They'll unveil the methods of making the tattoo machines.
This is just your basic motor out of a CD player, whatever we can get our hands on.
And how to make the ink.
You cut that paper open, you got piles of black soot.
They'll outline the pitfalls.
If a person hasn't earned the tattoos he has on him, he's probably going to get dealt with.
They'll explain how they evade detection by authorities.
There are some very unique, intelligent people in prison, and where there's a will, there's a way.
How tattooing drives the clandestine prison economy. And decode the hidden meaning behind the most feared prison tattoos.
The teardrops that I have are most commonly known as, for either murders or attempted murders.
From dramatic facial tattoos to being inked against your will. Welcome to the raw, real world of prison ink. Of the over 2 million prisoners behind bars in America, at least 50% are inked.
I like my tattoos are from either life experiences or what I've been through. I'm covered, head to toe.
Prison tattoos can cover literally every inch of skin.
I got transferred to a different prison, so one person did this one, the other person did that.
Long considered the mark of the outsider and the outlaw, tattoos hold special significance to prison inmates.
Oh, look at that King Tiger tank.
My body's a mural, and it has a story that can go over for days.
But actually getting inked behind bars means breaking the law.
It's not allowed to tattoo in prison.
Because of the risk of infection, tattooing in U.S. prisons is illegal. This forbidden status means no professional inks and equipment are allowed, giving rise to a unique style of single needle tattooing known as black and gray.
Black and gray tattoo emerged simply based on the limits of the technology. They did not have the access to multiple needles. They didn't have access to real tattoo needles.
In your average tattoo shop, the artists are using sophisticated coil or rotary machines. Precision coil devices can cost up to $700 each and are intricately crafted.
The tattoo machine basically is made up of springs, coils, capacitors, copper pieces, front springs, rubber bands. Basically what it does is you hook it to a power supply. So when electricity pushes it down, the magnetic part pushes it back up. Depending on what you're doing, you use different needle groupings. Basically, that's the rundown of a tattoo machine.
But in prison, where tattooing is banned and most of the components of a tattoo machine are considered contraband, how do inmates manage to create such amazing works of art on their skin?
Inmates behind bars can make almost anything if they put their minds to it. It's fascinating what they can come up with.
The ingenuity begins with the construction of a makeshift tattoo machine, using whatever inmates can get their hands on.
So, with pretty much every prison tattoo machine I've ever seen or I've ever made consists of a regular pen, and on the inside there's a pen filler, which you take out.
Convicted of assault, 27-year-old David Chance is an accomplished prison-style tattooist. He's revealing his techniques on camera for the first time.
What we're doing is making a needle runner with this. And this is the barrel. This is where your needle's going in and it's coming out this end.
Guitar string is used as a needle which will puncture the skin and deliver the ink.
You use what you have. And in there, I mean, we're limited. We're allowed CD players. We're allowed musical instruments. So those are two things that you need right there to make a prison tattoo machine.
Driving the tattoo machine is a small motor.
And this is just your basic motor out of a CD player, out of a tape player, a boombox, whatever we can get our hands on. There's motors in anything.
The guitar string is sharpened on sandpaper, and tested to see if it pierces the top layer of skin. David then makes a cam, a rotating disc from the pen's ink tube. This will be the connection between the motor and the needle.
So I'm gonna heat up a little piece of guitar string and I'm gonna poke a needle in there, which is what this is gonna rest in. And when it rotates, the needle's going with it.
The pen barrel needle holder is then attached to the motor, and the sharpened needle slotted into the barrel. Power to drive the tattoo machine comes courtesy of an adapted plug or batteries.
And it fits right in your hand, super small, the little tattoo machine. You can do the whole back piece with this.
Because prison tattoo guns only have one needle, as opposed to multiple needles in professional machines, to do a whole back piece could take weeks. But before the artist gets started, he has another task that will test his ingenuity: making the ink.
Making the ink was interesting. It was definitely dirty.
33-year-old Carl Grace started tattooing behind bars during his first prison term at just 18. He becomes a master of making his own ink, but the process creates hazardous fumes.
Luckily, they sold fans in prison, so I would get 2. But I'd get like an empty tuna can, I'd fill it up with baby oil, poke a hole through the center of like the lid, and then I'd get like a brand new mop strand. And I'd stuff it in there on like an old-fashioned wick, throw some baby oil on it and light it, and it would smoke like crazy, like black soot. And we just take our lunch bags, I get a brown bag every day for lunch, and just fold it nice and neat right over it. And it would burn for 6 hours, and when you're done, man, you cut that paper open, you got piles of black soot. And then we just mix that up with a chapstick cap of VO5 and like 5 caps of water and get some ink. I don't know how healthy it is for you, but I got it all over me, and I'm all right.
Petroleum-based products are used because they catch fire easily and burn for a sustained period. The reason shampoo is added is as a binding agent for the soot. But there's more than one way to make ink. And every artist has his special formula.
My favorite was chess pieces. You'd grab the chess pieces, you'd burn them up, and the soot that would go up in the air, you'd catch them on a piece of paper, you'd scrape it off and then add water to it. Some people's burnt newspaper, because some people said there was more carbon in the paper, so the ink would be black.
Because the homemade ink is made from burnt petroleum, it only comes in black, which is why all prison tattoos are black or gray.
With the homemade ink, that's all you have is black and then shades of black.
With a prison-made tattoo machine and homemade ink, the inmate is ready to start tattooing. But now comes the most difficult element of the prison ink process: mastering the craft.
If you don't have that craft and you can't lay that ink right, you can't get those blends, it's gonna be a rough road,
When David Chance decided he wanted to be a prison tattooist, he didn't dare start on human skin.
I was engraving cups. I was just doing cups at the time, passing time.
In time, his cups got noticed by his cellmate.
He kind of talked me into it. He's like, dude, I've seen the cups that you do. I've seen the engravings. I've seen all that stuff. You need to do it. And I got bored one day, and sure enough, I wound up tattooing on a guy, and I was just obsessed ever since then.
In prison for 6 years for arson, Ryan Lewis taught himself to tattoo by using his own skin as a canvas.
Yeah, I actually tattooed my chest. One of my buddy did one side of my chest, and I ended up doing the rest of it. It was just really like leaning down and dying for a few hours, and I did it, I think, over the course of a week. And it was really intricate, a lot of line work, and like from the first line, I was just like, what am I doing to myself?
Learning the craft takes years of experience. Something Josh Hagan had none of when his cellmate talked him into trying to tattoo.
At the time, I hadn't even thought about tattooing. I just drew a lot. He's like, hey, tattoo me, bro. For the couple days, I was like, no, I'm not really into that, you know? Then he finally talked me into it. I tattooed him, and it took him like 3 months to heal up. I scabbed the guy, and it just ruined his
According to convicted armed robber Derek Sanders, inmates who decide to get tattoos should first check the artist as a master of his equipment and his craft.
Some people are good, some people are bad, some people are just beginning, you know, just testing the waters. But basically what I did before I got my tattoos, I watched other people, you know, watched them perform their art on other people. And I made that my decision of who I would, you know, choose to do my tattoos.
But even when you've nailed the equipment and the craft, there are other pitfalls waiting in the world of prison tattoos. The little-known world of prison tattooing is a subculture all of its own. Some designs are art for art's sake, but others are symbols that can hold life or death significance. Getting inked without understanding the hidden language of prison tattoos is a definite health risk.
So if an individual wants a tattoo, they'd better be real sure that they're not going to offend somebody.
Richard Lichten is a 30-year law enforcement veteran who works in America's most violent prisons. He says prison gangs enforce many of the rules behind bars, including those surrounding tattoos.
Your white power gangs and your black gangs and your Hispanic gangs and Asians. Gangs are very, very prevalent, very, very dangerous. If you're in a gang and you get the gang's tattoo, then you have elevated yourself within that prison system. It's a mark of respecting that you now carry their tattoo.
In some prisons, it's estimated that 60% of tattoos are gang-related. They mark the wearer as protected, but also as a target.
I got my tattoos in prison. I got XIV, X4 for Northerners.
The Northerners are a Hispanic gang from Northern California. Their gang symbol is the Roman numeral for 14, signifying the 14th letter of the alphabet, N. The Norteños' sworn enemy are the Sureños, or Southerners prison gang, who wear the tattoo Sur, Spanish for South.
If there's a lot of Southerners around, they'll hit me up and stuff like that, or try to kill me for that.
Gang tattoos can be as simple as a series of numbers. Michael Torres' 916 tattoo is the area code where he grew up in Northern California, but can also show affiliation to the Norteños prison gang.
People from the opposite gang, you know, gang members in general, know what it is, see what it is, and they can move on that, you know.
As well as showing gang membership, tattoos can also broadcast crimes carried out in the gang's name. One of the most common examples is the teardrop.
The teardrops that I have are most commonly known as, you know, for either murders or attempted murders.
A teardrop can mean different things depending on which prison you're in. On the left, it can mean murders or attempted murders committed. On the right, it could stand for loved ones lost. An outlined teardrop can symbolize an inmate is ready to kill for a gang. The drop will be filled in once the murder is committed. Another tattoo linked with violence is the tombstone.
I've seen several people with tattoos where they may have an X or maybe they have tombstone, and those basically stand for people who they've killed.
Among some prison gangs, tattoos of lips can denote they are kissed by the gang. Lips inked in black can stand for the kiss of death, meaning the wearer is ready to kill. 3 dots can stand for La Vida Loca, or My Crazy Life, while 5 dots indicates a history of incarceration. The 4 points symbolize the 4 walls of the prison, and the 5th is the inmate himself. On a spiderweb tattoo, each strand can stand for a year of a prisoner's sentence. Other tattoos that can indicate prison time are a clock with no hands to signify a long stretch, and the comedy tragedy mask, Smile Now, Cry Later.
The Laugh Now, Cry Later tattoos pretty much just represents that you can't really do anything about your situation, so laugh about it now, you can cry about it later.
For white gang members, racist symbols like swastikas or SS bolts can also be a sign that the wearer has committed a hit.
It displays where you're at, what you've done, basically your hierarchy while you're locked up.
Yeah, when you earn tattoos, it's mostly, violence.
33-year-old Carl Grace knows that from experience. He earned tattoos by being an enforcer for a white gang.
Put in some work. There was some dude from, my area that, I don't know, he wasn't up to par with the white boy standards, and so I smashed him on the yard. Went to the hole for 3 months.
When he got out of the hole, Carl continued earning tattoos.
When somebody came to the yard and they needed to be dealt with, I was like this. I'll do it. I'll hit him, I have, a huge crucified skinhead on my side that I earned for, handling some business in the yard that I was pretty proud of at the time.
Carl says the majority of these tattoos are earned not through gang-on-gang, but intra-gang violence.
This guy messed up, he's got to be dealt with, and somebody's got to do it. It's mostly in-house cleanup all the time. That's how you earn tattoos. I mean, that's how you're supposed to.
Not everyone knows the secret code of tattoo meanings, and for those who break it, there are penalties.
If a person hasn't earned the tattoos he has on him, he's probably going to get dealt with,
One time, an individual thought he would get himself a white power tattoo. He was not a member of that gang. Well, they came to him with a knife, and they said, you either cut it off your arm right now, or we're going to cut it off. And the inmates wound up cutting it off for him.
According to David Chance, the punishment can also be dealt to whoever created the unearned tattoo.
It falls back on the artist. Well, who did that? Oh, where did he do that? When did you deserve that tattoo,
I refuse to do all the racial swastikas and bolts and stuff like that, because you got to earn that stuff and then get me in trouble if I'm just passing it out.
While gang affiliation guides the choice of some tattoos, behind bars, an equally strong influence is race.
Every nationality leans more towards their heritage. Like the white folks, you got them more towards the Aryan, more medieval. As where the Mexicans, you got the Aztecs and stuff. And you got the blacks, they do the black rights movements and stuff like that.
White prisoners like Carl Grace favor very macabre images.
I have a lot of demons. People in prison aren't happy. Nobody wants angels. Nobody wants butterflies. People want demons. They want skulls. They want death. Especially the white boys. That's what we're into. We're into, the crazy.
Ryan Lewis has Native American heritage, which is reflected in his prison ink.
Kind of my path, it's a band from our tribe. It's it's a basket design and an oak leaf, which is pretty central. I got Black Elk, who's kind of like a native prophet that was telling, the people of the Lakota to go back to their old ways, to relearn their old ways, to teach their children these ways.
Inmate tattoos can also be personal, like an autobiography etched into skin.
The demon here that's chained to the wall, it kind of stands for being locked or chained down to your addiction. The drugs, meth was always my weakness.
Prison ink can tell of struggles in the past or dreams for the future.
My dad was an Iron Horseman in his younger days, and he'd always ridden Harleys, so I wanted to buy myself a Harley. And I figured, well, if I get it tattooed on me, then I'll have to get one when I get out.
Sometimes your tattoo choice is going to refer to the life that you left behind. Sometimes it's going to refer to the life that you're going to want to get to on the outside. Sometimes it just refers to the prison life that you're leading right here.
But what drives an inmate to get heavily tattooed on their face? America's prisons are home to a secret tattooing culture that flourishes despite being illegal. And some inmates take prison ink to the extreme, covering their whole body, even their face.
The face is the most public part of the human body. The face is the way that we present ourselves to the world. So, a prisoner with a face tattoo is saying F you.
Convicted Utah murderer Curtis Algier's prison tattoos are saying a lot more than that. Algier killed a corrections officer, and his mugshot has been called the face of hate because of its neo-Nazi and white supremacist symbolism. As well as swastikas and iron crosses, he has more coded indicators of his extremism, such as the 88, which, because H is the 8th letter of the alphabet, stands for Heil Hitler. On his cheeks, he has the Valknot, a Norse symbol of 3 interlocking triangles that shows a willingness to die for a cause. Latin American gang members are also known to commonly wear facial tattoos to increase their intimidating appearance. This inmate displays the Roman numerals XV3, coded symbol of the 18th Street Gang.
It's like war paint in prison, you know, that's why people get all that crazy on their face and neck, you know, they want to look nutty, you know, they want to look crazy.
But sometimes a facial tattoo can also have more personal resonance. Asa Crow kicked a heroin habit behind bars, something he's reminded of every time he looks in the mirror and sees his chin tattoo.
The fish represent, you know, serenity or calmness, you know, and the dots kind of represent my mind and my body and my soul, you know, just kind of, I had to get control of all that before I, you know, paroled was my goal.
Whether an inmate is inked for his extreme beliefs, his gang, or his own story, he's taking big risks by getting tattooed behind bars.
The tattoo kit, the tattoo gun, is contraband like anything else, and it's against the jail rules. The guards will seize that contraband, and then you'll spend some time in what's called discipline. The inmates would call it the hole.
Yet prisoners' desire for tattoos is so strong, solitary confinement isn't much deterrent.
I went to the hole like 4 or 5 times. My mentality was kind of like, F you, I'm gonna do what I want, and if you don't like it, I don't care.
Carl Grace's cellmate, Josh Hagan, is caught tattooing twice by prison guards. He's slapped with an extra 60 days on his 7-year sentence. What hurts more than that? The confiscation of his tattoo machine.
Yeah, the thing is, you get this nice little setup that you spend a whole bunch of time trying to put together, and they take it away. And then now you got to like go out to the yard and try and hustle up new parts to put this thing back together, and that was a pain in the ass.
Your cell gets tore up and your whole situation gets tore up. You lose all your equipment and ink and all that.
To keep tattooing behind bars, inmates have to find somewhere to hide their kit.
We had 2 electrical outlets and they were, you know, bolted into the wall. And my cellie had access to the tool that we could loosen these bolts up. And in this box had this perfect compartment where you can hide tattoo machines, dope, weapons, whatever you want.
It's hidden the same way you'd hide a prison weapon or narcotics, within mattresses, within cracks in the wall, inside of a toilet, because there's 1,000 places to hide it.
I had a magnet on the back of mine, so you just throw it up under a bunk, and it's hidden. And you kick back like you're watching TV.
The majority of prison tattoos are done in the cells, which means while laying ink, inmates need to appoint a lookout.
The process is that you have like a point man that would keep eyes for you to make sure that they don't walk up in on you.
But with harsh penalties for being caught tattooing, what makes being a prison tattoo artist worth the risk? The first answer to that question is status.
Being a tattoo artist in prison definitely gives you a lot more merit. A lot of people want to be your friend.
Getting tattooed by the guy that did the best work in there, it was an honor.
Not only does being a tattoo artist boost your social standing in the joint, it allows you to become a major player in the clandestine prison economy.
Prison's like a city, you know? So everybody's got their little job. My tattoo, that's my job. You want a tattoo, you come see me. You want a drawing, you come see me. That's how I sustain myself.
If it was a straight up business transaction, whatever they can get from the store, food, cosmetics.
Somebody needs to get tattooed. You're like, yeah, just throw me a jar of coffee, $6 right there, and you tattoo them for 20 minutes, and that's good.
If you can smoke, you can get tobacco, you get tobacco. If you're a dope head, you can get dope.
But if an inmate wants to enjoy the spoils and status of being a prison tattoo artist and stay alive, he has to learn to respect the secret codes of conduct, codes that are specific to each prison.
In jails or prisons, there are written rules that you get. No escaping, no fighting, no swearing, and that sort of thing. But there are many, many unwritten rules as well that are just as important to your safety and welfare.
In Asa Crow's prison, the unwritten rules made it forbidden to tattoo across certain racial and gang lines.
Definitely couldn't tattoo the blacks. That'd be a death sentence. Couldn't tattoo the Norteños. It's also a death sentence. Did tons of any gang you can think of from Southern California, from Bakersfield down, I did it. Every gang. So, I mean, I had all these people in my cell, you know, murderers, kidnappers, drug dealers, you name it. I tattooed them all.
Behind bars, prison tattooists ply their trade for drugs, for status, and for the pure thrill of artistic expression. But some artists will rise above the rest. In the tough, deadly underbelly of America's prisons, a little-known and illegal subculture is thriving. Black and gray tattooing.
My tattoos were made with makeshift guns. Motors would be taken out of radios and cassette players.
But sometimes a prison tattooist can't get the equipment he needs to build a makeshift tattoo machine. Time to go back to basics. Stick and poke is a raw form of tattooing involving a sharp point to pierce the skin. Once, all tattoos behind bars were done this way. Today, it's a method more often used in county jails, where contraband materials are harder to obtain.
Sometimes you couldn't get a machine, you couldn't get nothing. You grabbed a little piece of metal, sewing needle, whatever you could. Just hand poke it, just push that ink in.
You can't achieve any sort of depth or anything like that with the stick and poke, but I mean, you can pound ink into the skin with a nail if you wanted to.
Prison tattoo artist Mark Martin used paper clips or staples as needles.
You get them in paperwork that your lawyer brought. You can see them on the floor that maybe a guard dropped.
Crude as the method is, some of the finest prison tattoo artists started their career with stick and poke. Even the man considered the godfather of prison style, Freddie Negretti.
I was doing pretty big tattoos, just hand poking, and on all my homeboys. You know, it's like whenever we got a chance, I'd be hand poking on them.
Freddie's rise from gangbanger kid to famed prison-style tattooist begins in LA's San Gabriel district in the 1960s, when he joins his neighborhood gang, Sangre.
I guess I grew up kind of a confused, troubled youth. Got in a lot of trouble.
Getting into trouble changes Freddie's life forever. In juvenile court, he meets a Mexican kid covered in tattoos.
I was like, you know, what are these tattoos? You know, what does this mean? And I was just obsessed with this guy. I remember he told me, yeah, you get a needle and thread, you know, and you dip it in ink, or you can even use a girl's mascara, you know? So I got out and I got my older sister's mascara, and that night I pitched a little tent in my bed with a flashlight, and I hand poked this little thing on my hand.
As Freddie grows up, his gang crimes get more serious. He finds himself in juvenile prison and begins forging his own tattoo style, rejecting the colored tattoos popular in tattoo shops.
First of all, we thought that color tattoos were cartoony. You know, shop tattoos had the thick lines and they were simple designs. He felt that it was more real if you had thinner lines and less of a line showing. And the tones of gray, you know, because what we were trying to accomplish was like a black and white photograph. So shading and fine lines was a big thing for us. And that's what black and gray is all about.
Behind bars, Freddie realizes the limitations of prison-style machines. Straight lines are impossible because the needles wobble. So Freddie innovates.
I came up with just a matchbook paper to go over and then tape it around the side of the machine, and it held the needle steady. And so our line work was coming out much better and straighter. And then for shading, I would take it off because it was okay to have the needle wobbling around because we just made circular motions, you know.
Freddie also experiments with ink production to give him a range of black and gray tones.
Another thing that we did was to get the ink and evaporate the water out, and it would make a blacker, you know, denser ink. And also to add a little bit of baby oil or water to the ink to make it lighter, like a lighter gray. So we were coming up with different tones of gray.
The results of Freddie's innovations are classic Hispanic images like the Chara Girl and the Virgin of Guadalupe. Then in 1976, Freddie develops a tattoo that will become a Chicano classic. Smile now, cry later.
I saw a little ad for an acting workshop, and you know, there was the comedy tragedy faces right there. Well, my favorite song at the time was Smile Now, Cry Later. It was an oldie but goodie song. And when I saw those, I immediately thought of Smile Now, Cry Later.
Behind bars, Freddie builds a reputation as a master prison tattooist. But his rise to become the godfather of prison style will be tainted by tragedy. Former Chicano gangbanger Freddie Negrete is a pioneer of black and gray tattooing. The secret of his success? Learning to tattoo behind bars.
You know, the prisons, it's like the meeting ground of the minds, you know, and a lot of culture and style came from prison.
Caught up in Chicano gang wars, Freddie first starts tattooing in Youth Authority Prison in the 70s. Using handmade tattoo machines and self-produced ink, he devises a fine line black and gray look that defines prison style to this day. But what he never expected was that prison-style tattooing could give him a lucrative career on the outside.
And when I finally got released and I started tattooing just, you know, out of my apartment, I found a huge market, you know, right there, you know, and I charged like $15 for a big tattoo. So I had a huge clientele.
In the 70s and 80s, tattooing comes of age, gaining mainstream acceptance. Freddie begins working at East LA tattoo shop, Good Time Charlie's.
I knew all the main guys from all the gangs all across LA, and I was respected by them. And so as soon as I started at Good Time Charlie's, you know, it was on.
By the late 1990s, tattooing is a booming industry, becoming a multi-billion-dollar market, with thousands of shops nationwide. Many of the new customers who want ink crave the cachet of an artist who learned to tattoo behind bars.
You know, I'm from prison, I'm from a street gang, you know, and to see it become this global phenomenon is, you know, overwhelming for me.
As a famous tattoo artist, Freddie rides the crest of a wave. But a personal tragedy will bring him crashing down.
My son Lorenzo, you know, passed away. He was actually shot. You know, he was murdered, and it was devastating for me.
Distraught, Freddie slides into drug addiction. And by 2004, he's back behind bars.
You know, I pioneered this style of tattooing. I made a livelihood out of it for all these years, you know, but now I was back in prison, you know, using this little homemade machine and tattooing for soup.
Locked up, despair sets in. Until the day Freddie decides to change his life in honor of his son who passed away.
If he could see me, how would he want to see me? A loser on drugs, dying in prison, you know? Or would he want to see me a success, you know?
Freddie beats the drugs and is released in 2006. He memorializes the son he lost with a tattoo of his nickname, Frosty.
So, but I've really learned to, you know, to deal with his death, to live with it, remember him, love him.
Now working in Mark Mahoney's Shamrock Tattoo Parlor in LA. Freddie's clientele includes Hollywood actors and rock stars. And he's passed the skill of tattooing onto his other son, Isaiah.
My first tattoo my dad did when I was 14. I got a smile mark highlighter on my chest. Same one he has on his chest. It seemed right to get a matching one.
It's like, I'm still me, just this little guy, but people, when I meet them from other countries and stuff, and they're like, oh, you know, one of the fathers of Black and Gray and stuff, and I'm like, man, I'm just, you know, an old gangster, that's it. You know, just doing my thing that I learned in prison.
Freddie has paved the way. Now other prison tattooists are learning that all those years spent tattooing behind bars can pay off.
He's kind of influenced a lot of people, including myself, in the tattoo industry.
When prison tattooist David Chance was released, he found a ready market for his expertise in Central California.
I got into a shop within 6 months of being out, and now I'm in one of the best shops on the Central Coast, and it's great.
Meanwhile, in Phoenix, former prison tattoo artist Sam H. has also found his skills in demand. Despite becoming a respected Black and Gray tattooist, he still uses a gun that resembles the one he had in prison.
In prison, we use a machine that's basically a rotary tattoo machine. And the machines that most tattoo artists use now is a coil machine. But I still use a rotary tattoo machine, which is basically a glorified prison machine. And I can do things with this machine that I can do with the prison machine, except 100 times better. I just feel it. It's my roots. I started off with the homemade machine, you know, Walkman motor, guitar string, you know, dipping it in some Pelican, and still what I use today.
But while prison tattoos are a springboard for success for some, in other cases, they're just the opposite. Prison tattoos, forged in adversity. These marks of identity can have a dark side, especially when applied against an inmate's will. In 2006, a convicted child murderer in an Indiana prison was inked by force. The words "Katie's Revenge" were tattooed into his forehead by another inmate. Katie was the name of his 10-year-old victim.
Prisons and jails are very, very dangerous places with some very, very dangerous individuals that reside in them.
But there are other perils in this world of prison tattoos. Less obvious, but no less dangerous.
There's no way to sterilize while you're in prison, so therefore you got a high risk of hepatitis, AIDS, staph infection.
Even outside prison, tattooing carries a risk of bloodborne diseases and infection. But among inmates, rates of infection of HIV are 4 times higher than the general population, and hepatitis C up to 10 times higher. And nothing transmits bloodborne disease better than a tattoo needle. But some inmates say you can minimize the risk.
When I tattooed, Every time I tattooed somebody new, I would make a new setup for them because, you know, I wasn't that guy that was like, oh, let me pour bleach down this tube and like clean it up and like use it on somebody else, like, because that's pretty gross, you know, because I don't care what people think, but bleach doesn't kill everything, you know? So like every single person I tattoo, I'd have to make a new setup for them.
Incarcerated for 11 years, Art Powell received many tattoos, but always provided the needles and ink himself.
I kept my needles. I watched them clean the guns. I kept my own ink. I kept all my stuff because, you know, I knew it was a possibility that could happen. So I took those measures not to make sure it didn't happen to me.
But even if you avoid contamination, there are other downsides to getting prison ink. And they start outside the prison gates. The streets of West Atlanta. 25 years ago, they were the scene of a bloody gang turf war. And right at the center of it was this man.
People would call me Trigger because I was known for shooting people.
The story of Art Powell's life of crime is etched in his skin.
I got involved in the streets at the age of 13. I started gangbanging at the age of 15, back in 1984.
By the late 80s, Art Powell is a high-ranking member of one of the most notorious gangs in Atlanta history, I Refuse Posse.
We controlled the southwest side of Atlanta, tried to take over the city. Was involved in a lot of crimes, and a lot of the cases I was involved in were high-publicity cases.
By the early 90s, Art's joined another gang called Do or Die Mafia and winds up in prison.
We basically was robbing businesses, and we robbed the business and it went bad. And one of my co-defendants was shot. And that's pretty much, that incident is what sent me to prison for 11 and a half years.
Like many inmates, Art gets his first ink behind bars and can't stop.
I got my first tattoo and it was like an addiction. Well, with the Do or Die Mafia tattoo, that was the name of my crew I was with when I got incarcerated. So I got that tattoo, you know, as a symbol to say, okay, you know, this is who I'm with, and this has put me in a position to be incarcerated.
Now released, Art's on a mission to stop other kids following his path.
I helped form one of the most notorious gangs in Atlanta history called I Refuse Posse. And a lot of people died, a lot of people was incarcerated.
One of his messages, tattoos can be a first step to a life of crime and incarceration.
How many of y'all ever thought about getting tattoos? Be honest, this is just thought, like you had the thought of getting a tattoo. Okay, don't get it. Once they see my tattoos, they ask questions, and I look at that as a door or an opportunity to communicate with them. And don't get them. It's a brand you have to wear. It gives people an opportunity to stereotype you. It gives people the opportunity to deny you.
Art believes the stigma of having a tattoo can limit your opportunities, making crime a more attractive path and prison a more likely destination. And studies show a link between tattoos and crime after prison, too. Ex-prisoners with tattoos are over 40% more likely to violently re-offend than those without tattoos.
According to the study, yes, the person with the tattoos who left prison is more likely to reoffend, both because his tattoos make him less employable and less acceptable in mainstream society, but I would also say that once he started putting those tattoos on in prison, he was already saying, society doesn't want me, and so I'm gonna go ahead and reoffend.
Matt Wilcher was recently released from prison after serving time for assault and probation violations. All but one of his tattoos he got in prison.
I got both sleeves, got my chest done, got my back done. My left forearm, I did it myself.
Now, Matt needs a job. But some employers don't want to hire ex-cons, especially those with visible tattoos.
I can wear a long sleeve shirt, and they won't see none of these. You notice I had none on my neck or face.
But Matt has a very visible tattoo on his left hand. So he's going to get it removed. He comes to see Mark Martin. Mark is a former prison tattooist who now has his own tattoo shop in Georgia. He removes ex-inmates' tattoos for free.
It's hard enough when somebody gets out of prison for people trying to take them seriously. But then when you come out and you're covered with tattoos, I mean, it's even harder. It's hard to get a job. It's pretty much hard to do anything.
The process involves breaking the tattooed area of skin with a conventional tattoo machine.
It's a bloody process. After you tear up over the area where you can actually start to see the ink, you put the ink eraser on top. That stuff's gonna burn. This is ink eraser, and that's gonna be bringing the particles of ink to the surface and to the scab.
For complete removal of his tattoo, Matt will require anything between 8 and 12 sessions. But if you're a former member of a prison gang, there's even more reason to get your tattoos removed. Gang tattoos not only prevent you getting work, they could get you killed.
And my tattoos of gangs, my evil ways, girls and stuff like that.
Ex-Norteño gang member Henry is getting his tattoos removed with a laser to avoid conflict with rival gangs.
They'll hit me up and stuff like that, or try to kill me for that stupidity that I put on my body.
Yeah. All right. Let's take these guys off so you can see. Right?
Laser treatment is faster than tattoo gun removal, but it still hurts. While for some, prison tattoos are a source of regret, to others, the secrets and risks of this hidden subculture are part of the attraction.
Tattooing would give me the opportunity to get my mind away from the prison. And I was fortunate enough to have something that would release me from there.
From learning to make the equipment, to becoming fluent in the subculture's hidden codes, prison tattooing doesn't give up its secrets easily. But to many, it's an art form that flourishes even in the most hostile of environments. And a subculture that performed the ultimate escape act by scaling the prison walls.
Us little gang members, you know, even though people hated us so bad for the bad things we did, we gave the world beautiful tattoos and beautiful art.